Alrighty. I'm actually gonna take this mic off of me. So one thing I want to be clear about before we begin today, and if you're watching the VOD, hello, welcome. We're going to be talking about pedophilia a little bit today. So if that is something that is a trigger for you, or if that's something you don't want to hear talked about, or it's something you don't think should be talked about, this probably isn't going to be the stream for you. So if you fall in any of those camps, I would highly encourage you to just skip this one and just catch me on the next stream or catch me on the next VOD or whatever. Because I get that that's going to be a solid chunk of people. Honestly, I fall into that chunk with the content creators that I follow. I haven't watched anybody talk to this Mr. Girl person. I'm not interested in that stuff. I don't enjoy watching things about that topic. So if you don't want to watch this, I don't blame you. And I would highly encourage you to just skip it and to catch the next stream that I do, because normally we don't cover shit like this. That being said, I feel like part of what I do on this channel is pick from the topics that are currently popular and find something where I could add to the conversation or say something that I don't think other people are saying. And unfortunately, I've found that to be the case with this one. It tends to be that in cases where we immediately want to write people or groups of people off, that those are the conversational topics where I have something to add. So here we are. But yep, so that's the plan for today, and then everything else in the title. So that's going to include a recent testing conversation and Hans's Twitter beef that he's having with people. Yeah. I guess there's no other really good intro to that. Oh, another thing. Today I'm using a lapel microphone, which is one of those little clip-on ones that you see on television, because I remembered to bring my laptop cable, I remembered to bring my microphone cable, yet at some point, I guess I didn't pack my microphone itself into my bag, so I'm using this backup that I have. When we start stream, I'm going to A/B test this lapel mic in several positions, and we're also going to test it versus the webcam microphone to see what the best angle of the dangle or device to pick is going to be for audio today. And yeah, so just look forward to that. Anywho, that's the plan. Bookie, I don't think you're using the lapel in the stream. Sounds like a webcam mic. I'm pretty sure this should be that. Hold on, let me check. 1 second. Open sound settings. Oh yeah, you're right. Let's go ahead and switch over to. No, actually, I don't know if you are right. Let's use this one. Okay, this one's way quiet. I see this one as being way quiet. But you guys can probably hear this fine. Is this better or is this worse, do you think? Is this one better or is this one worse? This is me testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, ABC. Same? Well, then there you go. So I don't know. We'll test all this stuff later. That's not really my intent right now. So I'll let you guys pile in while I clean up the area around where I'm streaming, and then we'll hop into it. Sounds the same. Okay, so we'll get into that in a bit. So I'll talk to you guys in a second. Be right back. Okay, let me make sure that this audio is coming through the right way. Yeah, I don't know how to... Oh, I do. Manage sound devices. I can disable the webcam microphone. So we're going to test a few different things here. One sec, because we got to figure out audio. Thanks.
Merry Xmas smiley face.
Merry Xmas, dude. Okay, so that's disabled. You can still hear me, even though the webcam microphone is disabled, so that means we're not using the webcam microphone right now. And then let me go ahead and clip this and see if this is okay in terms of audio. I think you pointed up. I'm not really sure. Okay, so do I sound okay? Is this like an okay volume for you guys? Are we picking up a lot of like nonsense noise or anything else? Let me know, because we want to work out those audio issues like early so that they don't really come up later. I'll open you guys up on my second monitor here to manage what you are saying. Sounds good. Okay, good. Meh. It sounds like your laptop mic. Yeah. So we're clearly getting some mixed reactions. This is not going to be as good as like my $100 or $100-something microphone, right? So the audio is not going to be the highlight of today's stream. Thank you, Jizzle.
Sweet Mr. Christmas stream, glad to catch this one.
Yeah, me too. Clean shave smarts. Yeah, I was looking at the way I looked, and having a guy with like a neck beard who looks super duper like unkempt talk about pedophilia seemed like a weird look. So, you know, I figure if we're going to be talking about pedophilia, you probably want a baby face. I'm sorry. I'll try to avoid making jokes on today's stream because they could kind of get out of hand. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the audio is okay, though. I just wanted to say a bunch of words so we can test it. Can you hear the cars and stuff? That's another like main concern of mine. It's part of the reason why I don't feel comfortable using the webcam microphone. It sounds like you've got DN issues on the audio. D's nuts. Can you tap the mic to confirm that that's what's working? I already did that. Yes, I already did. You got to get a nice upper lip stash and some oversized glasses. Maybe middle part your hair. Jesus Christ. You're still coming through clear even if the audio isn't quite as good. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. Cars are audible. Okay. I mean, like, can hear the cars, yeah. Is it really distracting, or is it more so just like a background noise that you can tune out? So I know you guys can hear the cars. That's good. Or not good, but I hear you. Cars are noticeable. For sure we can hear the cars. Okay. But are they like... It's background noise, right? Okay, cool. So it's not like overpowering what I'm saying or making it difficult to understand. That's mostly what I want to make sure of. Did you see Lauren Southern panel with Destiny and Brittany Venti?
Looks in one pod.
No. And every time I say no to like, have you seen these things? I also feel, because part of what I'm trying to teach you guys on the channel is to kind of change your media consumption habits and to be more honest about what you enjoy and don't enjoy watching, or watching content that impacts you in a good way versus a bad way. So I'm not going to watch that because it's going to upset me. So I define that content very upsetting. Every time I hear the Brittany Venti person talk, I Googled her after my talk with Chud, and I do remember who she is. She's like a drama queen, and a lot of her content is just god-awful to get through. I don't enjoy it. Same with a lot of Lauren Southern's content. She seems chill and whatever behind the scenes, and I'm fine talking to her and whatever. Some of her ideas are wacky and people don't agree with it, but I don't necessarily enjoy like watching her content and stuff. She's not like a content creator I follow. None of those people are. Even Destiny, like a lot of this stuff that he does, I'm just not interested in watching, and that would be one of them. So that's where I'm at with it. If you watched it because it was drama or everybody was talking about it, I can understand that, but I saw that it was drama and whatever, that's my job, and I still chose not to do it. So, you know, just food for thought, right? Because we could do a lot better things with our lives and our time than like spending it watching stuff like that. And that's where my brain goes to, and so I try not to. I enjoyed a bunch of time with my family over my Christmas vacation. I spent a couple of days staying with my mom and hanging out with them. And we actually talked about some of the topics that we're going to be going through on stream today. So the pedophilia stuff. If you didn't catch my conversation with Chud on this topic, Chudlogic on Twitch, we did that. There are links to that in the Discord. So if you go to the Discord, people have links to the Chudlogic talk. Just go to the channel called Stream Discussion. You can get a link to my Discord by doing !Discord. That's like a messaging app, and it's a whole server of people that watch me that talk about stuff going on in the space or stuff going on with me. So if that interests you at all, I would recommend that you join up there. Some of the things that we're going to be talking about today, including the Mr. Girl drama and the Hanz of Harkir drama, we're going to be looking directly at the Discord for how to handle that. So what are the questions people are asking? How are they organizing their thoughts on these topics? I think that now that the community is big enough, I'm going to become a little more insular. I'm going to go more of the Vosh direction of things, where I'm going to be talking to and dealing with primarily members of my community. You guys are going to set the tone for how discussions are going to go. Before, it's more or less built upon what other people are saying and what I think, but from now on, I think I'm going to structure things in what you guys are thinking in the Discord and whatever, and then partly what other people think. Just because I feel like enough of you guys, I've kind of talked to you long enough that we've synced up with how we're looking at stuff, and it's easier to start with where you guys are talking about things in the Discord and then build off of that. So go in the direction I want to go about my opinions on things, or go in the direction of what the general populace on Twitch thinks and go in that direction, right? But that's going to serve as the main jumping off point, is the discussions going on in the Discord, which I think will also help promote the Discord. Poggy cares about me. Yeah, Hugh is one of those, you know, birds that are chirping out of tune with everybody else. But hey, everybody needs a super high soprano to kind of elevate the entire performance, the chorus, and you are that super high soprano. So having somebody with a lot of like debate bro-y energy that comes in and has that, I think, adds to the orchestra that we have going on of opinions and perspectives on the Discord. So I appreciate it, you know, but you are not who I'm talking about when I mean like in sync with the way that I'm looking at or digesting situations and scenarios. I just want to be clear about that, Hugh. I'm going on Hanz's show later. Lol, this should help. Well, there you go. Yeah, maybe it'll help you out. Boo, that's good. You got to set yourself apart. Yeah, there you go. Do you prefer the Yankees or the Expos? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Hot take, but pedophilia is bad. You're not going to have fun with today's stream. Obviously, like, yeah, like fucking kids is not good. It's not good. It's not something that we want, right? But we'll get into this by looking at the Discord. Like child molestation, I'm pretty sure most people are going to be against, right? That's not a hot take to say that child molestation is bad. Are pedophiles inherently bad? Like, well, that depends, right? Like, are they making the choice to be pedophiles? Are they born this way? Do societal or natural circumstances lead them to becoming predisposed in this regard? How hard is it for them to change that, right? These are all going to be things that influence whether or not I think that that person themselves is evil or morally bad or whatever. So I think it becomes more complicated than you guys make it out to be. And that's going to sound cringe. It's going to sound like we're defending pedophiles or we're, you know, I don't know, what is it called? Like fence sitting or whatever. You could throw a million negative things at it, but I do think it's a more complicated topic than we make it out to be. And part of the direction that we're taking in 2022 is going to be more opinions and arguments on the channel. So going on Chudlogic's stream and talking or arguing or debating or conversing, whatever, with somebody who has a different opinion than me is something that I want to do more of. When I find that I disagree with another streamer about something, I want to engage in a conversation in the way that I like to engage. When I'm talking with somebody that I don't agree with, I want to show you guys how I handle that, how I approach those conversations. Now, I view these all as like debates where I am trying to like communicate my idea and have people understand me and come away getting where I'm coming from. That's my goal. And I see these as very adversarial conversations where I might have to deal with some like flaring attitudes, or I know that the other person doesn't want to back down off of their point. And part of my goal is to convince them or move them, right? So for me, I'm viewing all these as like kind of like debates or the possibility for arguments is pretty high. But because of my approach, most of them are going to feel to you like conversations. Just know that from my perspective, I'm handling them a little bit differently because I'm handling them with like a suit of armor and like swords on, because I think that there is the possibility that we could get into a battle. But the ideal situation is I talk it down, that nobody has to fight like that, right? And so that's currently my approach to these more adversarial conversations.
Not to speak.
Be quiet. I accidentally clicked the button because I'm waving my hands around. Or that's God intervening, telling me not to say anything. Is there drama between Destiny and Hanz? Nope. I don't put Oxford commas, no. So yeah, that's a giant TLDR of what is the approach? Why are we doing this? Why might Booksmarts' tone change on things? Because I think I've hit a level of growth or a level of viewership or whatever based on reviewing my analytics, where I looked back at a journal that I had from a long, long time ago, near when I started streaming. And we've kind of hit this point that I determined then would be when I start giving more of my opinions on the topics than my opinions about the discussion around the topics, right? So up until now, a lot of reviews have involved like, oh, I think we could have a better conversation if they made these decisions or if they chose to talk about these things. But I wouldn't often give my opinion on those things. I would just say that if we go in this direction, it'll be a more fruitful discussion, or I think that's where most people are reasoning it, right? But from now on, I'm going to just come out and say, I think that most people feel this way. I feel this way. I think that this is why this should happen or this should happen, right? Just being more forward with you guys, and that's what I'm going to try to do. Oxford commas matter. I don't use them, so I don't think so. Had few beers. You still looking good AF. Thanks, dude. Not to derail, but what's the reason for no Oxford comma? You have to just make a decision as to whether or not you're going to use it and then stick to that decision. And I decide not to, because I think that I think that it has usage outside of the way that it's... I don't want to explain it. I don't want to talk about grammar today. You're not going to derail me. I'm not going to allow it. I'm a better streamer than that. So, anywho, there's all my prefacing stuff. There's the direction the stream is going to be going. That's why you might notice a tonal change moving into 2022 of how I'm covering things. What do you guys think about that? Let's talk about that first. What do you think about me moving more into a position of being somebody like Vosh or Destiny or these other people that come on stream and really give a lot of their opinions about stuff? Do you even feel like that's different than the coverage that I've been giving up until this point? Because I think a reasonable person could also come away thinking, well, you may think you're not doing that, but you are doing that, right? I wonder. So the YouTube seems to like it. We want an explanation of what? I'm not talking about the Oxford comma thing. It's lame. Stun lock resistance has increased. It most certainly has. I use them just... Okay, I'm ignoring you. So I'll wait on input regarding that. But yeah, because I don't know. We're at a point where I think that we can start to steer discourse at least a little bit, and I want to do that more. And I want to invite myself to challenges from other streamers. So if Steven sees something that I say and he disagrees with it, I want to feel more comfortable and to make this stream a place where he could come on and talk to me about that or argue with me about that, right? Because up until now, I've kind of really tried to avoid arguing with people about stuff, and I think that's going to change moving forward. We're going to confront people a little bit more because I'm kind of confident that I could move the discourse a bit more than I was before. What Discord channel are you going to be looking at? I'm going to be looking at stream discussion. Yeah, so that's what I'll have in front of me. Like that shirt. Thank you. It's from Into the AM. You can use !point into the AM and use my commissioned link to get 10% off, and it gives me a kickback if you want. Makes me a little sad. I know it's better for your growth, but I like your meta-analysis more than just another opinion. So yeah, to be clear, both of these things will happen, right? So I think there is still a lot of value in just the meta-analysis. And if your argument here is that pure meta-analysis, just going through that meta-analysis is what you want, and any kind of tainting that by introducing opinion is what ruins it, then that's going to be rough. And I would argue that we were already doing that. But assuming that you mean mostly meta-analysis as opposed to opinion, I get that. Yeah, for sure. But I just feel like for most people, it's not really changing them in the way that I want to. It's not having the impact that I want to. It's much too passive, and it's just not working for the way that people consume this kind of content and for the way that people think about things. I think I need to become more of a thought leader and a director of thoughts and discussion than I am somebody who comments on the way that discussions are being had. Thank you. Sounds good, honestly. You sound like someone who would have some great reasonable positions. Like, positions aside, I feel like and this may be tooting my own horn, I think I'm somebody who can have great reasonable discussions, and that's most of where I'm coming from. I'm okay with you guys disagreeing with me, because remember, I'm the guy who thinks that if you disagree with someone, you don't necessarily have to argue with them all the time. But I want to show you how you can have those adversarial conversations in a way that's not necessarily negative or can be constructive, right? And I want to play around and practice that a bit more. So that's part of the reasoning there. What's up with the mic? I'm ignoring you, Annie. I'm looking forward to you expressing your own opinions overtly. That's cool. That's what we've been waiting for. Happy to hear it. Unsure, to be honest. I'll wait till you give your takes. Okay. That's smart. Depends on the stuff that you're saying, buddy. You know, it may be bad, it may be good. Depends on what you're saying. I feel so bad for... Okay, I'm ignoring that. I like the change you bring, something to the space that other streamers don't. Thanks. I feel like you occupied a cool niche with your previous stuff, but I like you enough to be happy either way. Yeah, and we'll still have some of that review stuff, and I know that that's what people know me for, and we'll still be doing dedicated line-by-line in-depth reviews, but we'll also have segments in streams like today where it's going to be mostly just opinions. Old Bookie was getting boring, new Bookie sounds nice. There you go. Being more brash with your takes about your feelings also generates content. There you go. Yeah, there's also a ceiling, admittedly, to reviewing other people's stuff and doing that. And unless I'm willing to be super duper performative and whatever, I think we've more or less hit that ceiling. I think I've more or less brought my reviews to where I want them to be, like a final form of them. And so we're just gonna we're gonna keep doing that. But I think it's time to move on to other stuff as well. Maybe I've misunderstood, but are you saying you'll tell people you want to have a convo, but you'll secretly treat it like a debate? No. So it's more so I accept that I accept arguments. So, like, remember when I talked to Lauren Southern and I said that I don't want to get into a debate or an argument with this person. I only want to talk with them about, like, how they're having conversations or explore their ideas or whatever. It's not going to be like that. If I disagree with somebody about something, I'm not going to be adverse to the idea of conflict. That's what it is. It's not I'm telling them one thing and doing another. As a matter of fact, more often than not lately, it's been I tell people I want to debate them and I'm going to debate them. And then at the end, they refuse the idea that it was a debate and they say it was just a conversation. So actually, it's more or less working in the opposite direction. So I don't think we have to be worried about that. We're so far from like me telling somebody I just want to have a friendly conversation and doing a debate. We're so far from that I don't think it's worth worrying about right now. But yeah, that's not my intention. The line by lines are interesting to me in that they're fairly unique on Twitch, though I don't think they all have to be insanely in depth. True. Yeah. And I'm going to be taking less time with those. And for instance, we're probably going to do a line by line of the Mr. Girl conversation with Steven, but we're going to do that in a separate stream and it's going to be its own thing. And then today's stream is just going to be talking about my thoughts on these topics and exploring them alongside you guys. I like the change in stream. Just hope you don't take it too far. Yeah, I'm kind of sick of watching debates for sure. And I think that you're kind of sick of watching debates the way that they happen normally. I think you'll find that my approach to them may be different. Now, I may become corrupted. We're going to be talking about, in my opinion, a corrupted individual. Hanz and I are friends, okay? We talk, at this point, kind of fairly regularly in like a group chat, and I've had him on the show before, and I've reviewed him before. I think that he's going way too aggro on Twitter, obviously, and I think that if he's going to sell himself as this dude who's trying to be nice and fair and level and whatever, but he's going to fucking have these moments of snapping and going totally crazy on Twitter, I think he needs to rectify that. And it's not a good look. And I think every time he runs into these optical disasters, I think more and more people are thinking less and less of him. And that's something that is going to come to a head that he's going to want to confront. So, you know, we'll be talking about that today as well. I forget why I wanted to link that back into what I was reading here, but I'm going to just scroll down to the bottom of my chat and catch back up. You are too good faith to get down in the bud. I don't think so. I think we'll see. I'm okay with just memeing on people if they're not taking the conversation seriously, which we may see more of in the future, right? Hanz is a bit Kringle. Okay. Ultimately, Hanz strikes me as coachable. Yeah, probably. But here's the thing, is when people want to be mean and they're compelled by the reason of just wanting to be mean or wanting to express their emotions in that negative sort of, you know, way, I don't think you can necessarily convince them out of that. All you can do is bring their attention to the fact that it's happening. Thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, Juzo. Thank you a lot. After starting this, are you planning to talk to Philip on any topic? You mean Philip is in Mr. Girl? Probably not. We could, though. We definitely could. Hey, Book, love the new hat. I don't have a hat. That's my hair. Not what I meant, but okay. Well, I don't know what you meant at all. I don't really understand, but okay. Dodged? Wait, what did I dodge? I'm ignoring you guys. Mr. Girl's name is Max. Oh, so I don't even know who the hell Philip is. I'm a fan of the new direction of the channel. I believe you have the kind of perspective and intelligence to meaningfully alter the discourse, especially with your relationship to Destiny. Good luck. All right, cool.
Sam, what is this?
Thank you. The previous neutrality policy puts you in a few awkward positions that I don't think were necessary. Plus, I like the way you think through topics. There you go. So we're going to get more of that. Can we get a Mr. Girl album review? No. So today's stream, we're only going to be talking about things. There will not be video on the screen. Later on, or maybe right now, we'll look at the Hanz stuff on Twitter, but we will not be watching any Mr. Girl content. Just my opinions. I think that's how I want to do these kinds of like opinion streams. I don't need to look at their content. I'm just going to tell you what I think about that, about the topics, and we'll explore it together. If there are things from that content, questions, topics, takes, whatever, that you want to see discussed, just bring them up in the chat or reference the other person. Say, Mr. Girl said, quote, blah, 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 blah. What do you think of that, right? And then we can discuss it. But otherwise, I don't really want to, you know, base everything off of what other people are saying. I don't want to let them set the rules for the conversation, if that makes sense, right? Because there's a lot cooked into that. When Steven gives his take on a topic, it's very much like surrounded by the way that he handles stuff, right? His outlook on the world. I don't want to be limited by that. I want to talk about how I perceive the world, how I handle situations, and just give you mine, right? Play games while doing this. We could. I get distracted by that, so I probably won't. I feel like it could lend your content more credibility.
I'm going to keep it $1 with you. Mr. Girl is a girl boss. You can't do anything about it. You're powerless against a girl boss. Watch your backside.
Okay. I feel like it could lend your content more credibility. Previously, you benefited somewhat of just being a streamer who got to criticize others, which allows them and their fans to somewhat dismiss you, saying, oh yeah, why don't you actually show us how it's done? As long as it feels good for you, this could be really great, I feel. Yeah, sure. I don't think that those were very salient arguments from people before, but yeah, for sure. Seems unfair for him to let chat represent his arguments. I don't care, right? Because we're not here to have like my thoughts on Mr. Girl's thoughts. He is only in the title, so you know what we're talking about, and you know
the Mr. Girl combos. Very strange, but oddly refreshing. I'm looking forward to your opinions, and also a line by line later.
And for clickbait. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Did Mr. Girl's position of having empathy for both sides push you to take more of a stance? I did not watch the conversation. He is only up there because I know that you guys will know what we're talking about by me putting it up there, because typing out the word pedophilia is yikers. That's the only reason he's up there. I did not watch his conversations. I watched his review of the cuties thing, and that's it. That's it. So I really don't care too much about that. I'll do a line by line review after today's stream is done. I'll prep that, and then we'll probably stream that tomorrow. But I'm just not super interested in what Mr. Girl has to say about stuff too much. Maybe we'll interview and talk with them in the future. I don't know. It'll really depend on how these conversations are going after I've reviewed them. But I mostly see a lot of discourse on Twitter and on my Discord about these topics. I'm interested in what you guys are saying, not really what he's saying. That's why I'm saying, if you want to talk about what he's saying, you could quote it, you could paraphrase it. I don't care, because I don't really care about the Mr. Girl thing. I care about what you want to hear talked about. That's it. If Twitter were to completely disappear from your radar tomorrow, you stop browsing it, you don't review it, and you consider drama on it a non-issue, would your world improve as a creator? No, because I need all of that to know what you guys care about, because unfortunately you guys care a lot about that stupid shit. So no. Improve as a creator? No. As a human being? For sure, yeah. Actually, my life would probably be better if I just went back to doing essay writing for a living. So there are a lot of cutting outs of things in this space that would make my life better, but that's not really how I'm looking at it at this point. I think I'm in a unique position, and even if the job is hard or uncomfortable or whatever, I think that I am in a unique position to do good with it, and I intend to maximize the good that I can do with it. It might take you more than one day to make a line by line. It was a 2-hour conversation. I've gotten a lot faster at these. We will see. I don't care about this enough to do a gazillion run-throughs of it. What time tomorrow? I've got to plan my schedule around this. I don't know. It'll depend on when it's done. If it takes me longer than today, then I'll take, some time tomorrow to do it. People love it just because of the sheer weirdness and drama more than anything. Oh, yeah. We should definitely be more open for pedophiles to find help in therapy. Maybe, yeah. I mean, some people would disagree with you. I wouldn't. You would probably want them to find help in therapy as opposed to going out in the world and turning into child molesters, for sure. Yeah, so I don't know what we want to start with. I think we should start with the Hanz stuff. Now that we've kind of talked about introduction to Debate Smarts kind of deal and what today's stream is going to be like, mostly opinions, not necessarily watching the content itself, now we can kind of move into coverage. So I have the Hanz stuff. I have the Mr. Girl stuff. I think we should start with Hanz and then finish with Mr. Girl and just spend most of the stream on that Mr. Girl stuff, get the Hanz stuff out of the way. Book on the topic of trans people. Here we go. Oh, debate stuff is already yikers. Okay, what do you think on the idea that possibly there is no internal experience of gender and that such things are completely social and that trans people are only a consequence of our gender-focused society? I'm not a gender scientist. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. Like, what do I think on the idea is a very vague question. I really just don't care too much about gender stuff, really. That's something that's very, very important in other people's lives and not my own. And I only care insofar as I'm obligated by these other people to make their lives a little bit better. But I really don't care too much about gender stuff. I'm gonna keep it a buck fitty with you. I've been having issues with my family after online arguments. Do you have any advice on how to approach rectifying a family divide when you only see people on holidays and birthdays? Call them. Call them. Call them out of the blue. Call them, ask them how they're doing and whatever. And then at the end of the conversation, just be like, hey, you've been on my mind the last few days. I feel really bad about the way that we left off the last time we talked. And I just want you to know I love you. I care about you. And even if we get in arguments or something like that, or I upset you or vice versa, just know that I love you and you're an important part of my life and whatever. Just communicate the positive things to them. Communicate all that stuff and just treat them normally for the beginning of that conversation. Just mention that at the end. That's what I would do. Where should we go to find more info on the drama? Because I thought Destiny Mr. Girl had a different convo. I don't care. I don't know. I'm not going to give you a gazillion links. We're not talking about that. You probably don't want to finish with Mr. Girl. How was your Christmas? My Christmas was good. Thank you for asking. Mr. Girl, okay. Please don't get mad at your family over a debate. Yeah, not a good idea. I'll keep it a buck fitty with you. After I did my Christmas stream where I talked about the Mr. Girl stuff a little bit and gave some of my takes on how we need to kind of empathize a little bit more with this pedophile topic, because a lot of people just seem to immediately like go completely nuclear evil on it, and that's a very stupid thing to do. It's very short-sighted. Like the example I gave on Chud's stream, like you're not even thinking about the victims when you're making some of the takes that you're saying. So this idea that we would like kill every person that we figured out was a child molester, like, okay, how is that going to have an impact on victims coming forward? Oftentimes, like the perpetrators of these child molestation crimes are people that are close to that child. If that child is even vaguely aware of the consequences to befall that adult, is that going to negatively impact their ability to come forward about it if they know that there is execution on the line for the perpetrator of the crime who's somebody close to them? Like, you're not even really thinking about the people that you would like to protect with these takes and opinions, right? You just have a very nuclear emotional outburst that you just give as a thoughtful take, and it's not that, right? And I see through that instantly when I see these conversations online. That's why I want to talk about it a little bit more. So, Mr. Girl wouldn't. Okay, bro, you'll get it eventually. Southside, just keep. How is this streaming thing going? Yeah, they probably copy paste this a dozen times. I'm sorry. How is this streaming thing going? I'm currently down on my luck, living in a sleazy hourly rate motel, hoping to strike it rich in the slots. I'm down bad. Well, I'm happy I spent the time reading that. Book, can you give a brief explanation what the Hanz stuff is? We're gonna look at it on Discord. Let me scroll up real quick, because I actually think it'll be helpful to just start with this. Let's see, where does this start? Where does this start? Where are we gonna go? I know it's somewhere in here. I bet you it's in the drama channel and not the stream discussion channel. It's probably one of the most applicable usage of virtue signal when people just come out guns blazing, describing the absolutely psychopathic things they would do. I like that. It is actually one of the better uses of virtue signaling, I would agree. But I feel like sometimes the implication of virtue signaling is you don't believe in the thing. I do believe these people believe in the thing. And I do believe that they think that they would do the awful things that they're saying. So that's the only place where I would get iffy with using that wording. So anyways, let me go ahead and get to the drama here. I'm going to have to scroll up a bit to get to this. Let's see. When do we start talking about this in this channel? Okay, here it is. If they had the gun in their hands, they would pussy out. Maybe.
Don't know if it's relevant anymore, but Steven is willing to debate with you as well. For the memes, also YouTube chat is best chat.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Steven's willing to talk to me about anything, unless you mean he's seen something recently and has explicitly said he wants to talk to me. And again, sorry about the cars. I live on like a very busy street in Tijuana right now, and that's leading to this. Okay. I'm trying to find where the fuck you guys start talking about this Hanz stuff, and I'm like struggling. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna ask for one thing in the stream discussion channel. Can someone just link me to where the first post is in the drama channel about this? Because otherwise, I'm hating having to fucking scroll through this dumb shit. I think it's a gut response rather. Okay, I'm not reading your guys' shit in the Discord. I'm reading the shit in the chat. Just give me a link to the. Thank you, Hugh. Thanks for all the good luck wishes. All I can feel the positive vibes coming through the universe. Okay, dude. This TTS is unreal. I thought Steven was chiming in from Discord. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a project by, I think it's maybe one or a small group of developers. But yeah, they offered to have me test it and whatever for them, and much obliged, you know. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Hey, stay safe in beautiful Mexico. Yeah, it's pretty here. Where did I put my piece of paper? I'm losing my mind. I don't know, dude. Don't ask me stupid fucking questions, or I'll take away your privilege of being able to at me. Let's go to this scene, and let me move my OBS to the other monitor and exit this and exit this. Okay, let's do that. All right, Wunderbar. So I figure you guys can read this okay, right? Or should I do this? There we go. This should make it a little bit more legible for y'all. Stop adding me. All right, you're blocked. Congratulations, you're in timeout on YouTube. You've gone too far. I hope you're having a nice day. I am having a nice day. Okay, so let's. You gotta hand it to the pet. Is there a link to this? Okay. So we got the whole thing in front of us now. I'm just gonna triple check that my camera isn't blocking anything. It is not, so we should be fine there. All right, let's jump into this. So this Mr. Girl conversation happened with Destiny. People are suspecting the Mr. Girl person is a pedophile. They discussed pedophilic adjacent things apparently in their conversation. So that is important context to know for what remark Hanz is going to make here. So Hanz says, DGG isn't wholesale simping for Mr. Girl. They largely just appreciate him being open about his pretty awful position. So I will note here, with this whole DGG being happy that someone's open about their awful positions, you have to realize that Steven and his community have a very specific way that they like talking about and discussing ideas or arguing about ideas. They want it to be very like bit by bit, kind of question by question, logical deduction by logical deduction, whatever. They want to see that you're able to bite bullets on some of the more negative aspects of your beliefs, or that you're comfortable just taking your beliefs to their logical extent. And a lot of people aren't comfortable with doing that, or that's not really the way that they reason through the things that they talk about. One major theme on the channel that we've kind of gotten away from, and we will move more in the direction of now that I'll be doing the debate stuff, is I think, and this is the analogy I used before on the last stream, when you have an opinion, that opinion is coming out like a bullet, all right, like a projectile. And the bullet can either move subsonic, meaning it's moving slower than the speed of sound, and it's got the speed of sound moving ahead of it. The sound is going quicker than the projectile, or it can move faster than the speed of sound. And that means that the projectile is moving quicker and the sound is following behind it. That sound is going to be your logical reasoning, and the projectile is going to be your opinion. I think for the most part, we have a bunch of particles going at fractions of the speed of light, just a bunch of boneheaded opinions and thoughts and topics that our monkey brains are cooking up based on very little actual evidence, very little actual dedicated conscious thinking and whatever. And I think that when we move to create logic around those beliefs, what we're doing is we're creating logic that is following the path of the projectiles. It's not guiding the path of the projectile. It's not moving faster than the projectile. The opinion is what comes first. The logical explanations for the opinion follow in its wake. That's generally how I think this is working with people. And even when they have a debate where they are capable of reasoning their opinion as it's coming out, they have prepared that. They likely had the opinion before, formulated it, honed it in based on all the evidence and arguments that they were able to compile, and strategized a plan for communicating that opinion that they initially had because of emotion or their first thoughts or whatever. And that's how I think most people operate on most topics. Admittedly, that's how I work on most topics. I'm not educated about anything and everything. For instance, I'm looking at Keurig machine in front of me. If you asked me how a Keurig machine worked, I would give you some bullshitted guess based on what I think is going on with it, right? I don't have a technical understanding that's coming from, and I think that's how most people operate. Now, Steven is somebody who likes to pride himself for the most part on trying to have the logic come before the point, that the logic is going to be able to indicate to us where the projectile is going to go. If we follow the logic, we know that the opinion will follow close behind. When he has conversations with people, he wants to slow down their projectile to where it is going subsonic, to where the logic and reasoning is having to come before the opinion itself. And a lot of people are uncomfortable with that, because to slow down that projectile and that knee-jerk response and have to rationalize every single part of it before it comes out is alien to them. That's not really how people think about things. And that's not really how I like to push people through things, right? So there's kind of the difference in approaches, and that's why we're seeing this first sentence. That's why they largely appreciate Mr. Girl being open about his pretty awful positions. He's open to a discussion. He's having a discussion the way that DGG likes. I know a bunch of people who, and I'm not going to be responding too much to chat because it's going to take up too much time today. I know a bunch of people who only follow entirely optics-focused people. I know people who follow only entirely optics-focused people. That's all one noun. Okay? Not written well. People who only follow entirely optics-focused people. That's all one noun. Okay, so those folks that follow those folks wouldn't understand, but honesty is not is a hot commodity online, and most people don't got it. Okay, so here's this. It all has to do with this. So he's saying that the people who only follow people who are doing these optical performances wouldn't understand that honesty is a hot commodity online, that honesty is something that's valuable that people are going to look for. I don't think that, like, this whole thing at the end, I completely disagree with. I don't think that people are just doing optics-focused stuff and they're not being honest. Like, there's a lot of implications here I disagree with Hanz about, but it's all irrelevant because that is not what Celine here has chosen to focus on. So we're going to move past that. I don't want to have to get into a long thing about why I disagree with the nuance of what Hanz is saying here. So here Celine says, you got to hand it to the pedophile, at least he's honest. This is not in response to this tweet. I don't think, because Hanz had a tweet underneath this that I hope we have in the Discord here. And of course, Humongous has not linked this to the original tweet. Amazing. Can I get a link to the original tweet, please? Does anybody link the original tweet at any point in here? One would hope, but one must look deeply. Okay, it does not appear that we are. Wonderful. Amazing. It's a Christmas miracle. We are lacking the link to the original source. That's great. Well, I'm going to have to just go to Hanz's and find that. So thank you for the picture and not a link. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Let's go down to where he tweets this. It's got to be some time to go. Okay. Good God. I can't believe I'm having to do this. Thank you for this link. No, this isn't what I want. I don't care what Gay Fesh thinks about almost anything. Let me find my tweet real quick. I hate you guys sometimes. Thank you, Know Nothing. I'm just going to trust that this is what I want. Okay. DDG isn't wholesale simping for Mr. Girl. They just largely appreciate him being open about his pretty awful positions, yada, yada, yada. And he's got a image link that wasn't included in the image that Himbo initially gave us. So good. Opinion poll on Mr. Girl. Since a lot of people on Twitter and Vosh's community seem to think DGG is simping for the guy. Personally, the majority of the people I've seen who complimented him only complimented him for not hiding his views. Very few, if any, said his takes are good, but let's see. I like Mr. Girl's openness about his views and willingness to bite bullets, but I think his positions ideas are horrible. Not looking good for Celine here, right? So the picture implies what Hanz's position is, that most of the people are happy that he's willing and open about his position, but disagrees with the position and idea and finds it gross, right? And then he has his follow-up tweet right underneath it. And that's not really what I'm looking for, but okay. Anywho, that adds enough context for us. Oh, I was right there too. I had just scrolled down to where I needed to scroll. Oh, well. Light mode? Yes, shut the fuck up. That's how Twitter was designed. If they wanted it to be in dark mode, they would make that the default. Anywho, so Celine retweets this and says, you got to hand it to the pedophile, at least he's honest. Fair. That's what, like, let's take a moment here because I don't see anybody saying this. That, I think, is not necessarily an unfair characterization of what is being said here. Like, you got to hand it to the pedophile. At least he's on it. Like, it doesn't quite catch that we disagree with the pedophile, but they are happy that at least he is honest, which is more or less the sentiment of what's going on here. That though I disagree with this person's positions, I'm happy about their openness and willingness to talk about it, right? So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with that, chat. Like, I think that this is a fair wording of this. Now, I don't even think that there's the implication that Hanz is supporting a pedophile here. I don't think there's the implication that Hanz agrees with pedophilia here. There's not a lot else here than Celine just rewording what had been shown in this poll, right? I like Mr. Girl's openness and his views and willingness to bite bullets, right? But I think his position and ideas are horrible, right? So all this is communicated here. All that's there. I don't think this is going deeper than what we're about to see Hanz react to. Bruh, just because it's default, okay, I don't care about your opinion. I'm a boomer, dark mode hurt. Okay, I don't care about this stuff, guys. Just respond to what I'm asking about. I don't think it's bad characterization, but what Celine is implying with that is what I take issue with. What is the implication? Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out, what are you taking the implication here to be?
I wish to atone for my sins. Good bullet analogy.
Because honestly, the implication here seems exactly in line with what the poll is asking. There were other tweets lying, saying Hanz was calling him a stand-up guy. Sure, but that's not what Hanz responds to, right? Hanz responds to this. So there may be other tweets. That's certainly not what Hanz chose to put in his problematic tweet that we're going to go through here. I think the gay fesh tweet was that, and that racist. I don't care about leftist Al. I don't care about gay fesh. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about Celine and Hanz. Let's try to stay on topic here, party people. For me, it's not that he's honest. It's okay. I don't care. Oh, I wish I had my Discord thing open where I could just have my. Oh, I do. Man, maybe I should just ask questions to my direct channel on Discord. I think that's what I'll start doing because I don't care about a lot of these opinions that I'm getting from you guys. I just kind of want to hurry through this. I want direct answers to my questions and not much else from the chat. The implication is that it's a bad take, especially with her saying, what the fuck, man? And that's an opinion, right? So this is something that I like to hear. Like, because that's what I asked about. Yeah, the implication here with the what the fuck, man, is that I disagree with this take, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, you got to hand it to the pedophile, at least he's honest. Like, yeah, the sentiment is there. She disagrees with that. I'm assuming it's she. She disagrees with that, right? So I think that's fair. She just has a different opinion than Hanz. She thinks it's fucked that people, like, believe this about the pedophile, that at least the pedophile is on it. Like, I totally get the whole sentiment here. I don't think there's a huge problem here. I don't even think that this is necessarily, like, super critical of Hanz. It's just like, wow, that's your opinion about this pedophile person? Like, you could insert pedophile for any other dislikable group of people, Nazi, whatever. Like, I can get the sentiment there. It's a sentiment that a lot of normie people have when they view these conversations, right? It's a sentiment that, like, my family echoed when they heard me talking about this, right? So this is a normal fucking take for me, and I don't think it's crazy. So maybe it's reaching, but I read it as, Lamau, look at this pedo defense. No, though. She doesn't say at any point any of that. Like, Hanz clearly took issue with the word pedophile. Okay. But all right, let's see what he says. Let's just jump into what Hanz said, because I'm not sure. Yeah. Hey, you fucking loser. Remember that time when I gave you $300 to keep your dumb ass from being homeless? And you can't give me the barest minimum charitability on Twitter? So he's saying that he's not getting the barest minimum of charitability. She quotes this as, you got to hand it to the pedophile, at least he's honest, which I already said is, I think, a fair interpretation of the poll. So I think that this is fair. She disagrees with you, right? Like, charitability aside, she looked at what you're saying, disagrees with it, doesn't think that we should be praising pedophiles or being honest about their positions, because she has a problem with the pedophilia thing itself, right? And you can believe Mr. Girl is or isn't a pedophile, whatever. A lot of the topics that were covered were pedophilic in nature, and we're talking about pedophilic urges and things like that and attractions to children. So regardless of what you think of that, feels like Hassan is, I don't care who Hassan is. Oh, who's talking about Hassan? If you mean Hanz, you gotta check your tweets, dude, or check your messages. Too bad. You should have proofread that before it went out. Remember when I was nice to you that one time? Yeah, let me hold that over your head. Yeah, this is not a good look. This is not a good look. So I do. You were a shit streamer, a shit friend, and one of the biggest fucking idiots on this platform. So to the people who said that Hanz is upset about the pedophile part of this, Hanz isn't be specific about anything in his response to this person. It is just a complete 0 to 100 immediate roast of this person. He calls them a fucking loser. He reminds them of the time that he donated to stop them from being homeless, says that that should guarantee him this barest minimum of charitability on Twitter, assuming that this is not reflective of the barest minimum of charitability. Calls them a shit streamer, a shit friend, and one of the biggest fucking idiots on this platform, all in response to this. Hanz is not really focusing on anything that went wrong here. The only indication we have of something going wrong is that he didn't get the barest minimum of charitability, right? The pieces are left for us to figure out. Like, he's probably mad about what the fuck, man. You guys said the pedophile part, but like, this seems like a wholly unequal response to what's going on here from Celine. So Hanz is probably upset, Celine included. Hold on, let me scroll back up. Hanz is probably upset Celine included the LMFAO. It makes him feel like Celine is laughing at him instead of directly confronting him. What do you... Guys, so here's going to be my perspective. You can agree with me, and you can make fun of my takes on Twitter. I think that applies to anybody. Even if I donated money to something that you did, right? Like, if I donate money to something of yours, I give you money to stop you from being homeless or whatever, and then there's a clip of me on Twitter saying something stupid, and you make fun of me or you make fun of my take, whatever, I'm not going to hold over your head the fact that I donated this money to you and stuff. I don't see the connection between these two things being okay for me at all. And the laughing at him instead of directly confronting him, you can choose to engage however the fuck you want. I could tweet, I could subtweet, I could do all these things. If you want to be mad about subtweeting, you can be mad about subtweeting. I don't think any of the offenses, if we assume any really at all that Celine is committing here, warrants the response that Hanz does. This is a completely optically awful response. It makes Hanz look like a fucking complete asshole as well, right? Like, I feel like for Hanz in particular, this is really going against the character that he wants to put forward of being a very kind dude. This isn't. And this is happening a lot where, like, he's getting mad at somebody, he gets on the wrong side of somebody, and then goes fucking nuclear. Some people like that for the entertainment value. Fine, whatever. You're not who I'm talking to. But, like, to Hanz in particular, if you're marketing yourself as this thing and you behave this way, I at least am suspecting that the way you portray yourself is not actually how you are, right? And I speak with you in private. I see the messages you send in private. I don't think you're some big, cuddly, like, super nice dude. And I think that's reflected in your actions that you're not that. And if you want to be that, if you want to be the nice dude that has those nice conversations that you describe wanting to have at the very beginning of your engagement on this platform, then this is kind of counter to that. And I think figuring out that in your head would be good. And if this is the brand that you want to go for and you want to be this kind of person, I don't think it's a good look for you, and I would advise against it the same way I'd advise against it for Steven or anyone else, right? So this is not my cup of tea. Maybe your cup of tea, that's totally fine. Book, she's dunking on him. If you are fairly characterizing someone but dunking on them, she's like, I don't know. I'm gonna say my take, and then if you really disagree with me, I'll bring you on the Discord. I'll do Discord or ban, whatever. Nobody's getting banned or whatever, but if you would like to jump into one of the voice channels on Discord and you really disagree with what I'm saying here, I'll talk to you, but I'm not going to handle the chat messages that are against it, because I'd be talking to a gazillion individuals rather than one, and I think it would be more productive to do that. But yeah, so if you disagree, if you really think this is a dunk, this is something that totally warrants the response they gave here, I would be interested to hear what your reasoning is there and ask you questions. But I completely disagree, and I'm okay with just keeping it at that if all you're able to do is argue with me in the chat. It's the text equivalent of looking to your friends and laughing at someone. It's not really an argument. It's it's not meant to be an argument. Celine is not in an argument with Hanz. Celine did not DM Hanz, put this quote, say what the fuck man Lamau, and then leave or something. Celine did not agree to have a debate with Hanz, bring this forward, and then leave like, you're putting these into situations that they're not. This is on Celine's Twitter. This is a tweet that Celine put out. Like, I don't think you're really classifying this properly. So, like I said, if somebody wants to come on and talk about it in the Discord, you're welcome to jump in any of these rooms and I'll talk to you. Otherwise, I'll assume that nobody with anything of worth to say is going to jump in here. Oh, we got Chudlogic. Okay, we'll bring Chudlogic in then. I'll argue with Chud about this. That'll be fun. All right,
hello.
Chud.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I'm just returning the favour. Now, the first thing I want to say, because you came on my stream earlier, I just want to say, first of all, I want to ask a question, and then I'll get into my second point, okay? So,
Okay.
First of all, do you agree that in order to win the optics game, Hanz should become more racist?
No.
Okay. How does Destiny do it then?
Like, how does he win optics battles?
Yeah, I thought Destiny, did it by being more racist. It's not how it works.
Yeah. But he's Cuban, so he's allowed to be racist. I think Hanz doesn't have the complexion for that or the heritage.
Okay, listen. In all seriousness, I don't think. Basically, look, I agree that like Hanz was too way too spicy with what he did. Whilst I don't think it justifies it necessarily, I think I can see someone's put in your Discord a screenshot of some of the things that Celine was saying previously, which probably contextualizes why Hanz was so angry. That's the only point I wanted to make to you before you went any further. That was it.
Okay, and what channel is that in?
It was a channel you were on. Where was that? Who put that in? Was it in general? Where did you put it? Stream discussion? No. Drama? Someone just put it in there. Where the fuck is it? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm sorry, mate. I saw it in there.
I feel like Hans's brain was replaced with a honey roasted ham at some point. This?
Yeah, and then there's like a picture. So like I say, I don't want to speak to Hanz too much. Like, I've been critical of some of the stuff. Like, I think he's took up too far. But I think one persistent thing that's happened is he's been accused of having like roid rage. And I think this is a common theme that's come out of like some elements of like Vosh's community is this idea that he's got roid rage. And to me, my perspective on it is I can understand why Hanz would be annoyed. I think he is natural, so I think he would be annoyed by that. Again, doesn't justify the action, maybe explains it. And secondly, I think there's a frustration with inconsistency because people are willing to body shame. Basically, I'll put it really simply. If people sometimes are willing to body shame people that have got like idealized bodies or desirable bodies on the basis that they've used illicit means to get there. So if someone's skinny, it's because they're anorexic. If someone's muscly, it's because of steroids. It's essentially like the woke equivalent of saying a fat person is fat because they're greedy. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's where that comes from. Again, I've been critical of Hanz on some of the stuff that he's done, but I just think it's worth contextualizing it with that info.
Okay. 100%. So I'll break that down point by point as a debate person would do. So all in all, you're saying that there are these other comments that Celine is making that could justify the behavior that we're seeing from Hanz.
No, not justify, contextualize it. I don't think it's justified necessarily.
Okay. Fair
right?
enough. Yeah, so it gives us context to maybe better understand why the tweet was at the level that it was at, right?
Yeah.
So, and on that other point that you made about like body shaming people who have like quote unquote like ideal body types or more socially accepted ones. Yeah, I see that happen, and I don't think that's okay. And I don't think that what Celine is doing in these tweets is okay either. And so I think this is like a separate problem that I definitely agree is a problem from Celine, and I would condemn this for sure. And if this is impacting what Hanz did, I think Hanz definitely should have made that a lot more clear, right? Saying what he said alone, even in response to this, might have been a bit fucking much. Like, if he would have retweeted any of these and said what he did, it still would have been like, holy shit, he went nuclear, but it would be more understandable that it had happened. But you combine the fact that none of these were what he was directly putting in that tweet for context, and he said the mean shit that he said, that's a really tough combination for me to swallow. And I would assume it would be similar for you, right? Even with this context.
Yeah, like I say, I really don't think it kind of like sort of justifies it in any way. And I myself was critical of Hanz and how he took it, to such a high level. But I think for me, I look at it and I think, I try and think if it was me and there was someone that was kind of sniping at me a little bit, I'd be a bit pissed off because I'm like, well, I've helped you out and they're still sniping at me. Okay, move on. And then this happens and it's like the straw that broke the camel's back, and that's why people get so angry. Do you know what I mean? So I think that without this context, it does make it seem like Hanz is irrationally getting angry about something. Inappropriately, I'd say this just means that Hanz is getting kind of more rationally angry about something inappropriately to too high level. Right? That's the way I'd put it.
Okay. That all being said, do you think it's okay to hold a charitable and I think I already know your position because I know what you think about charity. Do you think it's fair to hold a charitable donation that you made to someone over their head when they upset you?
No. I actually said this earlier in my coverage of this. I said my issue is more so that it's quite specific and targeted towards the charitable donation. I think what would be better if you did want to make a comment like this would probably be to say something along the lines of, I'm really disappointed that I've supported you in the past, and sadly you've now chosen to say this about me, and make it a bit vaguer. I think that would probably be a more appropriate way of getting your message out there without being super spicy. Yeah.
Okay. And do you think, honestly, in your heart of hearts, that Hanz was making his tweet about the roid rage remarks and the remarks about his brain, or do you think that he wrote his tweet as it would appear, since he put the picture of the other tweet, because of what she said about the pedophile thing? Because
it's different. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, you.
All I was going to say is, like, I totally understand where you're coming from, and obviously, you probably need to speak to Hanz directly to clarify. Like, I'm only guessing over what I can kind of see, and it is some guesswork, but it's just that I look at it and I can understand if someone was needling me, I'd, potentially react quite angrily, but it might not be clear that there's other things that have gone on that have led me to react like that. And I've had this problem before on Twitter where I've kind of gone off the handle at someone, and it's not because of that one thing that they've done. It's just that in the background they've done other things to piss me off, So yeah, I mean, I think I can't say for sure if he was thinking in his head, well, she said this and now she said all this other stuff before, and now I'm really pissed off. I think it was, probably more of a knee-jerk reaction, and maybe it wasn't directly associated with those, but it contributed to his state of mind as to him deciding to do that, if you see what I mean.
Right. Because the charitability remark that he made seems directly tied to that pedophile tweet more than it would any of these other remarks, whether it's about his brain or steroids or being insane or these other things. So, like, I can understand getting pissed with somebody about this stuff and then snapping at the other thing. But I do think that the tweet seems to be not about these other things that Selena said, but rather that specific tweet that he chose to include. And so,
Sorry, just to say, Hanz is in chat. So I don't know if you want to get him on or not. I mean,
don't.
To put any pressure on you. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Well, look, all I'll say is the way I would put it. To me, my reading of this is that it's just the straw that broke the camel's back. That's the easiest way that I can think to put it, right? And when you're angry about something, you don't necessarily logically flick through all of the things that you're angry about to put out there. It's like the final straw, and you're just like, fuck you for this. And everything else has led up to it, you know? And just to be clear as well, like I said, you know, my coverage is gone now, sadly, because I got a warning for showing Brittany Venti on stream. But in my coverage, my position was kind of the same in terms of like saying, yeah, this is too much. You know, in terms of like this is too spicy and too far. But I think just showing that contextualizes a little bit, so at least people, even if they think it was a bad action, can go, okay, well, I agree that this was a shitty thing to do, but at least I understand where that anger came from a bit more. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Okay,
makes sense to me. Anything else regarding this, or anything you wanted to talk about?
No, you know, I'm interested to see your further thoughts on this. You know, I'm not someone that sort of really simps for anyone. You know, I am on friendly terms with Hanz. And in fact, there's been a time before where I think I've criticized him for something and he's sort of accepted it. So I think if you do want to criticize someone, my big thing, you know, it depends what you want to do. If you just want to piss someone off, do what you want. But if you want to criticize someone and it to be heard and it to be taken on board, just be considerate, not you, but broadly, be considerate of the way you're approaching it and try and do it in a way of trying to, like, you know, you're trying to show them why your idea is worth listening to rather than just trying to shit on them. I think that's really important.
Yeah, of course. And I think that being said, I'll transition into going from that angle right now, and I'll talk about that.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I'll catch you later, okay?
All right, sounds good. Thanks for hopping on.
Cheers, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I know you guys are freaking out because it doesn't sound good to say, I don't want to talk to Hanz. I don't want to talk to Hanz right now because I have other things I need to communicate, and I don't need Hanz here to do that. So, and I don't really have questions for Hanz regarding this as of yet. So that's why, is I don't think having Hanz on is going to help communicate the ideas I'm trying to communicate at all. So let's, and we'll maybe talk to Hanz later, but just understand that's not, it doesn't help the situation. So to go off of what Chud just said, so making this idea more palatable to Hanz in specific. So let me talk to Hanz almost directly here for a second. So Hanz, like I said before, if the marketing strategy is that you're a cool dude and you're going to have fine conversations with people and you're going to remain grounded and whatever, this is antithetical to that. Beyond that, I think that we're beginning to notice that a flaw that you have, and all of us streamers have our flaws. All of us have like very specific things that you could point to that are problematic. Me, fence sitting. Me, fucking giving too much charitability to people. That's something I have a problem with all the time. Not being able to rely on inference as much as other streamers do, right? And that making me miss, you know, frequencies of conversations. For you, I'm noticing that this aggression, this anger, these kinds of negative emotions are seriously impacting the way that I'm seeing people on Twitter talk about you or Reddit talk about you and in chats talk about you, right? This is something that people are picking up on. So I think that you know, and I know that you know, because we've talked in private, that this is something that you are going to have to work on, is the aggression thing. The chat doesn't know that, so I'm having to bring it up here. The aggression thing is going to continue to get you in trouble because it's going to lead to optically unfortunate circumstances like this one. So reason I don't need to have Hanz on, and the reason why we're just going to look at what Chud gave us here, is because I think this is a fine defense of Hanz's actions. Hanz had all this stuff going on from this Salim person. This is likely what's impacting or pushing him to have the takes that he's having. It's what is leading to the aggression that we see on the screen. But the problem is not this, like, it appears as unchecked aggression in the first tweet. That's obviously an optical problem in and of itself, but it's that the aggression with Hanz gets out of hand because, as we pointed out, and Hanz says, I completely understand. Snake Jelly is very condescending.
Hey,
whatever.
Just for something before I go to bed. Hope you have a great day.
I have the dude in the chat and he's fine with it, so I don't care what a random chatter thinks. So there's the message directly to Hanz. Let's continue on that a little bit. I understand. I can understand getting upset at this person. I can understand getting upset that you spent $300 to get them out of homelessness, and this is the way that they fucking tweet about you. That's fucked, right? I think a more cool-headed tweet that you thought about a little bit more that responded to any of these actually would have been an optical win for you, right? And so I think catching yourself in those moments of that aggression and taking a minute to breathe and figure out what is the best optical strategy for communicating why you feel the way that you do is probably going to be the best moving forward. This was not that. That being said, though, like we kind of got into in that Chud discussion, I think the mentioning of the charity that you're giving to the person, whatever, was another misstep. Even if you would have quote tweeted one of these, talking about that $300 donation is going to leave a bad taste in people's mouth. That point in and of itself was not good. So that's a whole other problem with this, that even if this was the context, even if this was executed in the way that we said, where you had quote tweeted one of these, I don't think that part of it's working for you either. So that's another huge problem there that people are picking up on and people are commenting on, both on Twitter and on the Discord. So that's another thing to keep in mind here. And I think that gives kind of the full picture of what I think about this and what I think the problem of it is. Now, we're going to kind of go into what people on the Discord are saying about it, or I'm going to try to here. And then we will go from there. Let me make sure I'm in the right place here. Oh no, so many people have chatted in this chat that I don't know if we're going to be able to find where you guys were talking again. Maybe that's in my stream discussion thing. I definitely need people to post stuff in my direct channel. So we're working this out. Remember, this is a change in protocol where we're going more to like, you know, using the Discord and stuff to guide, or using the Discord to guide the discourse, my bad. So it's gonna be messy at first. It's a no attack on Bookie, only attack his newly shaven babyface look. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think taking a good 2 or so hours off Twitter to calm down and come up with what to say is good advice. Cry, punch pillows, etc. Twitter relies on outreach stuff. Yeah, I have to do that, especially with Demon Mama and other people that I have seen piss you off, Hans. Right? When Demon Mama says stupid shit about me, I have to do that. I have to take a moment, because remember about when we talked about before about that bullet, the opinion moving faster than the logic or the reasoning can follow, right? I don't want that bullet moving 18 times as fast as any kind of logic or my intellectual brain can follow. So I want to make sure that I slow that thing down before it comes out. And so, yeah, if people say things that upset you on Twitter, I often find that waiting rather than replying may even lead to you deciding that the reply isn't worth it, right? A mute or a block or whatever is worth it. Because otherwise, you attack, you shoot from the fucking hip, and then somebody attacks you for attacking, and you use another shot from the hip. You say something like, well, I'm tired of crybabies on Twitter that say shit and then get mad when I talk shit back. Because you miss the entire optical situation that's happening with other people, and it appears to them that you are out of touch and you don't see what the problem was, right? Because if in response to somebody being like, ooh, I don't know if holding the $300 donation thing above them is cool, this is like a nuclear response to this tweet that seems mundane, if rather than saying, oh, well, they said all this other stuff and it's been upsetting me for a while, this is a straw, if instead of responding to it casually and calmly, you respond with that knee jerk of like, well, cry bullies should expect that they're going to get hit back and blah, blah, blah. You miss that the person's problem is that $300 donation comment. You miss that the problem is that they don't have the context for why you're upset. You miss so much. And then people see that tweet and they have a new reason to dislike you. And then they comment on that. And then we're spiraling and spiraling, having to defend arguments and things that are divorced from the reality of why people were upset in the first place. And you're just looking increasingly bad. So I think we have like a cascading failure of like tweet, not really thinking about the things that you're tweeting, not really considering why people are mad. There is just a lack of pondering here that I think is leading to the situation that we're seeing. And so that's why I think the advice here is going to be to just calm down, take a minute, and decide what you're going to do with a clear head, right? So level up, ask a mod or an admin to give you the role. I can't be bothered. Dad is disregarding the bad takes on Twitch and YouTube chat. I mean, I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom. If people at me, then we'll find. I feel like what he said about doxing her Venmo account felt like a threat. Yeah, let's talk about that, because I just want to get a little bit of buy-in to this tweet, but there are worse tweets that Hanz did, and I think that Venmo tweet is going to be one of them. If somebody wants to post that in stream discussion or in the chat, a link to it, we'll click that, we'll look at that next. But just know that this thematic problem of the aggression unchecked is leading to tweets that are awful, and you're not thinking about why people are upset, is leading to cascading optical failures, one of which we're about to see whenever I get the link to this next tweet. And if you don't know what we're talking about, you'll see in a second. Yeah, Books, but are people supposed to take their time and find all the evidence of the other? No, not at all. So here's what often happens with me is I see someone talking all this shit and whatever. Do I want to spend my time finding evidence and whatever? Like, no, maybe I choose not to engage. Maybe I choose to block and mute. Maybe I choose to just in private mention I don't get along with the Celine person for X, Y, and Z reasons, or I don't get along with the Celine person for this general reason, which if you ask me for specifics, I can provide. But because they're somebody I already dislike, I don't really want to spend time talking about them, right? This gets back to part of the theme of the channel of like, if you dislike somebody or something on the internet, you can cut them off. It's often the advice that we give to people who are struggling mentally with some of the things that people are saying, right? To just take a step back. That applies to aggression as much as it would to other sorts of emotions, right? Sometimes you might decide that it's not worth the time and energy to fight against it. Sometimes it's just worth a block, a mute, and I don't care about you anymore. It's unfortunate. I thought we were friends. I thought I helped you out, and this is how you chose to act. I had you pegged as the wrong person, whatever. Or just a vague tweet, a subtweet. It could be a million things. It doesn't have to be find all the evidence and whatever. That's a very intensive response, and you may decide once you're cooled off that that's not worth your time and energy, in which case I would say that's fine, right? But it's more so about thinking about calming down and deciding what you're going to do, because this would probably not be the decision you would land on if you thought about it for a little bit, right? So I'm going to scroll back down here, see what anybody's saying. Hi, Mindwaves. What, did Mindwaves say something? How if he clearly said he wouldn't in the tweet? Who are you talking to? Is it me? Because you didn't at me, Mindwaves. Actually, Mindwaves, if you want to jump in and talk, I'd be happy to talk. I'm not sure if us having a back and forth in chat is going to be uber helpful, but I'd be happy to talk with you. I respect you. I like you. Booksmarts, I think a lot of people forget that the importance of optics is that they represent the entirety of the situation for a lot of people that see the tweet such post. Yeah. Remember that some of the very early advice I gave to Steven regarding Hassan is that people don't have all the context for that Hassan relationship. So Steven's responses to him seem 0 to 100 on some shit that doesn't matter and make him look fucking unhinged, right? And we notice that with Steven and now with Hanz, this recurring kind of like negative like name that people are calling them or thing they're pointing to is that they're unhinged, that they're insane, that they're crazy, that they're the terminally online people that they accuse everyone else of being, right? Again, hurting your image, because Hanz also wants to portray himself as somebody who lives a normal life. He gets along with his family. He's healthy. He goes out and exercises all the time. He has a normal job. He feels fulfilled in life, right? This goes counter to that, and this is not helping that, right? So similar with Steven and Hassan, you have to make clear what the problems are, or make clear in your videos, like August does with callbacks to things that Vosh is not being truthful about, or what the context is of Destiny getting mad at Vosh, right? Adding those contexts in there for people is part of optics, and I definitely agree there. All right, Hanz, thank you for your link. Let's see. I'm sure this is the right thing. Let's see. Okay, so Hanz has strategically provided me his tweet, which summarizes everything, which I do appreciate because it's going to give me more to look through. So let's look at this. So Hanz tweets, would you prefer I doxed Celine's Venmo account, you idiot? And then in a second tweet, below it, decides to add, to be clear, I'd never do that. But if Celine wants to lie, I do have receipt. Like, okay, if we were to chill the fuck out for 10, maybe a minute, let's say a minute, we probably would have decided that these two things should have been tweeted somewhat simultaneously, I think. So probably should have thought more about how this tweet was sent out, because sending out a clarification in the second tweet, as we know, is, you know, you can point to it being there and be upset with people for not looking at the second tweet, but you decided to tweet the first tweet with a lot of characters remaining for the context you provided in this. So, you know, this is not good, right? And this docs thing is similar to the mention of the $300 thing, where it's like, this is a point that, independent of whatever the fuck Celine had said that we've looked at so far, is awful. If this tweet was sent out with a response to any of the mean things that Celine had said, it wouldn't justify the docs comment, right? This is a very serious thing, and he just puts it out there, right? So that's kind of the problem here too. And it's a problem that would be solved by thinking through things, which is the advice to Hanz, is to just take a minute to cool down, because you don't want that aggressive thing to be what people know you for. And you know that you respond aggressively to people online, and you have this Twitter thing that happens. It's happened with Dima Mama. It's happening again with Celine. I'm sure it's happened with other people that I don't follow you closely enough to know about, but this is something we want to, keep under wraps. And that's how we would do that, is just think about things more and take time to chill out. Let's see what this says. I haven't read this tweet, frankly. If I have any problem with how he handles things, it's that he never drops info and never wants to engage on it. It's always, trust me, they fucked me over, fuck them, I'm going to talk shit about them now, and just makes it feel petty and disingenuous. So I don't know if I agree with the entire sentiment here, but look at what we're getting down here. This, they fucked me over, blah, blah, blah. This lack of information about why you're responding in this way is something that people are having problems with, which you already recognize. Having the context of the other things that Celine had said would have been much more convincing of their character being bad than what you had actually chosen to include in your first tweet, right? The picture of the pedophile poll. So yeah, probably would have been better to have another kind of context here, because I think the context you included in the initial tweet did not help you. And now we're going to read your tweet because you linked it to me, and I'll be fair. VGG is trying to spread that I threatened to dox Celine using these tweets, ignoring they were in response to someone asking, why didn't I post proof of helping her monetarily? Where is that proven in here, though? Like, again, do you see where we have a problem? You don't include any context to help people with this, Hanz. You're like, whether purposefully or unintentionally, making it very, very difficult for anybody to come away with what you're trying to communicate here, right? Like, why, like, we don't know that this was in response to someone asking, why did I post proof of the monetarily thing? I don't see that anywhere in any of this. So it would have been helpful if you would have included at least one picture of somebody asking why you didn't post proof of this, and then include this in response to it so people have context. You said that they're lacking this context that I'm going to then choose not to provide in this. I guess this is meant to be that, but I'm not sure if this does that very well. I'm not sure if this is helping. Bookie, let me explain. I'm not going to. Like, this is part of the problem, Hanz, is that you're not doing a good job with explaining it on Twitter. You know what? To appease the audience, because they're going to be super mad if I don't talk with you, I'll talk with you at the end. But even if you're able to explain and give me some idea of why you've done what you've done, the problem is that you didn't do a good job of executing this on Twitter. This is mostly a criticism of the way that you've executed this, not a condemnation of your sentiments or anything, right? So I'm not saying that you were unjustified in being upset at Celine. I'm not even saying you're not justified in giving this idea out that, like, well, I can't provide receipts about this $300 without actually doxing Celine, because I would have to take screenshots of Venmo account. That could be communicated way fucking better. So the problem we have is in the way that you're communicating these things. It's not necessarily in like the sentiment behind it or the actual thing that's being communicated. It's in how you're doing it. So we could get on a VC call. You could explain to me what I just was barely able to understand from this tweet, but the criticism is not like that what you're doing is irrational. It's that the way that you're communicating it is done very, very poorly, right? So that's mostly what I'm getting at here. Thank you, Gappy. Good to see you around. When emotions are high, intelligence is low. Sure. If someone says I didn't give evidence of helping and I respond and they clip my two responses, yeah, but because you let them, you gave them the footholds to do this. You're missing the point. Like, Hanz, I just want you to know, I get what you're saying. But I want to make sure that you get what I'm saying. your execution of this was done really, really, really poorly because you didn't give people the understanding for this. You gave the Celine person a foothold to make you look like a fucking crazy person because you gave them the tweet in isolation like this. You chose to send out a tweet that is worded like this, right? If I go to your account and I look at your Twitter feed and I only see this tweet, which is what I'm going to see because that's how you've chosen to tweet it out, that's where the criticism is, right? And again, I can bring you in here, but you're just going to repeat this to me would be my guess. I just want you to know that, like, it is in how you're presenting this information and that you need to take time to more carefully consider how you're doing that because it doesn't appear that you're doing this. I know if I'm not perfect, they can take me out of context. Do not, okay, Hanz, do not downplay what I'm saying is you need to be perfect. This is, like, asking that you include context to a tweet like this or consider how it's going to be interpreted is not asking you to be perfect. Let's be clear there. You know, like, yeah. Oh, well. Would the tweet look better if Hanz included receipts? The tweet would look better if he QT'd this person and reworded this, because this still sounds fucked. Like, you know, like, so if he quote tweeted, would you prefer I dox Celine's Venmo account, you idiot, to this? That would have made a lot more sense, right? But that's not the way that he chose to do it. There's no connection if anybody looks at this tweet to the other thing. And that's why Celine could do this. So that's kind of, I'm not trying to dismiss you. I get you, bro. All right, well, we'll bring Hanz in. Hanz, join the thing, and I'll bring you in. Because I'll give this 5 minutes and we'll knock this out, and then we'll move on to this Mr. Girl stuff. But because I don't think that there's no other tweets than this, right? There's nothing else I need to cover. If there is, I'll look at that before we talk. But I think that this is the extent that I want to go to of you going crazy on Twitter today. I mean, we could look at, oh wait, no, there's the Merrick thing too. Oh, do I even want to talk about the Merrick thing? No, because I'm going to just repeat myself. You're going to have to think about, you're going to have to stop and reflect and try to be chill on Twitter, because you're going ape shit crazy and you look crazy. All right, we can talk. I don't want to get into the Merrick thing. He had a whole other thing with another content creator named Merrick, and snapped at Merrick as well. And it's probably better we don't spend a bunch of time on the Merrick thing as well. So I'm going to catch up on chat while I wait for Hanz to jump in literally any of these rooms. I see that he's DMing me, but I need Hanz to jump in one of the rooms in the Discord. Your Discord, not mine. Blood for the Blood God? What do you mean? Booksmart's take on Mr. Girl? Lol, he might go insane on the bad optics? Maybe, dude. It looks pretty clear he was saying he'd be an idiot for doxing. Yes. Kind of. I'm ignoring you. Yeah, I think part of being on the internet is spending time. I think a big part of being on the internet is spending time troubleshooting ways people could easily take what you say out of context, especially as a content creator. Yeah, it'll save you a lot of trouble, or at least make you look better when people try to come after you. Yeah. Do you think Mr. Girl is rhetorically effective? I don't know. I didn't see the conversation. Something you are doing with your head or hands makes you sound like you are underwater. It's the microphone. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we're going to talk to Hanz real quick. If you like rap, do a rap review of Mr. Girl's infamous rap. No, I don't. We'll get into that after this, though. All right, let's talk to Hanz. Okay, hello. What am I missing?
Hey, buddy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I might have like some bad connection. I'm currently in the airport. There's some complications. I was supposed to be streaming by now, but I hear all. But I hear all of your critiques. I didn't mean to be pithy when I said like, oh, if I just be perfect, then they can't clip me out of context. I think I completely understand when you said like, oh, if a big, I guess like a personal issue of mine is that what's it called? Is that I normally don't respond to everything as it's happening, right? I normally kind of just sit and either take it or like just get mad about it privately until I kind of like blow up about something. which which like obviously optically looks terrible because like you said, oh hey, if I had like all of the like things from Celine, maybe I wouldn't look so crazy when I select that initial thing, which again I know you like think that's like terribly optically and it's really shitty. I'm personally still fine with saying that to somebody. I think she's a piece of shit, but like I understand that if I had provided the context, maybe it would have looked more quote unquote justified, right? Yeah. So I completely vibe with.
Oh, I think you cut out. Uh-oh. If you're talking, I cannot hear you, Hans. We've lost you. To talk to you guys briefly. So far, so good. Booksmarts is right. No. Oh, no, he left the room. Oh, that's rough. Because he can't hear you? Well, I just muted myself because he's not talking. The CIA got him? Yeah, evidently. Let me make sure I'm on the right scene so I do not leak our DMs. VGG is trying to blah, blah, blah. Oh, no. If he jumps back in, I'll go ahead and put them in. No, Booksmarts, because he can't hear you, isn't at you. Oh, okay. He is optically, sorry, I'm reading shit that's not added to me. That's rough. Poor guy. If he jumps in, I'll add him back. Now I feel even worse that I tried to talk to him, and no, I can't. Sounds like phone audio, probably a connection issue. Yeah, he's at the airport as well. Why don't you debate more? We'll do that in 2022. That's the plan. So I don't have an answer as to why not, because the plan is to do it. Yeah, he did mention he's at an airport. Only lasted 5 seconds with you in the ring. I guess so, dude. I guess so. Yeah. So to summarize what Hans was saying, he's saying that normally he doesn't respond in the moment, and then things build up and build up and build up, and then he blows up all at once, and it looks really bad. That was my TLDR understanding of what he was trying to communicate to us before he left. I think there was like and I advise that people do this, there's a bunch of like, I agree with this, I agree with that, I have this tendency, yada, yada, yada. And then we go into the thing that he actually wants to communicate, or the thing that is different from what I believe. And unfortunately, we missed that part, which is the part that would have been the most interesting. So I feel bad about that, but airport internet do be what it be. Let's see here. Bookie undefeated in the ring. Yeah, so far, so good. I mean, I think I lost to Destiny in my debate about Hans. He saw you writing stuff down and got stressed. In 2021, when you debate, 2022, I think you mean, when you debate, are you going to go for the crazies like Dean Mama or Infrared? No, probably not. I will probably try to stick with chill people. And if I go with crazy people, I'm going to tell them from the get-go that there are some conditions that they need to follow, or else the conversation will end. Because I think that you have to have a firm hand with the crazies. And I don't think that it's very productive to speak with them. And more often than not, my advice to people privately is to not talk with them. Sorry, have an emergency, Hans says. So Hans will not be joining us. He is currently undergoing an emergency of unknown variety. But thank you, Hans, for coming on. That's Hans of Harkir, the topic of this little bit of drama that we're covering. Again, you can think he's justified. You can think he's unjustified. I don't really care about that, because the main point is the advice and the critique. The critique is that Hans is not doing a very good job of communicating to us what's going on, the extent of it, and he's coming off really awfully optically and not understanding other people who are bringing criticisms to him and not addressing them properly. So, solution, the advice, is to really calm down, reflect, realize that this is a problem, and then moving forward, maybe just, realize that things are going to blow up. Perhaps if he is letting all this build up and he is following that advice all the way up until the point where he says a bunch of stupid shit, then maybe the solution will change a little bit. But unfortunately, we can't have that conversation because he's gone. But as of right now, with what I do understand, that would be the advice. That's a criticism. You can think he's justified or unjustified. That's completely separate from the way optically that this looks and it's being handled, and what the advice would be to prevent that moving forward. So it may be useful to point out that it's good to use the advantages of a written medium to its fullest. Hans seems to talk about his tweets like he just got ambushed in a live stream. Maybe. He says he can call in like 20 minutes, but unfortunately for Hans, we will be done with this by then. So let's see here. I actually don't follow him much, so that's why I'm confused. Okay. I'm not reading that one. Been out of the loop. Are anime debates in the pipeline? Not currently. I put the feelers out there, but the anime people are not biting. Let's see here. I'm ignoring all these sexist remarks that you guys are delivering me in the comments. What will you be challenging people on in 2022? To think more deeply about the behavior of other human beings a little bit, right? Think more deeply about the behavior of other human beings and the beliefs of other human beings and how they arrive at them. I think that's going to be part of what I'll be challenging people on in 2022, which is why the pedophilia discourse is something that I'm jumping into. Also, Book, if you debate crazies, you need a good moderator. Sure, perhaps. I don't know who I would bring in for that, but maybe. Friend of my dad just gave the advice of saving comments from when you are angry and reviewing before sending the next day. Yeah, you could do that. That's a fine bit of advice. Any thoughts on Mr. Girl's Take? Have not seen it. Unless you link it, I don't know it exists. All right, he's in the live waiting room, so I'll drag him in and we'll try to finish this conversation. Okay, hello, welcome back.
Oh, hello. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, I might have to drop in a moment's notice, but like, sorry. So where were we at again? So add more context. And I know that, and like I said, I didn't mean to like try and dismiss you. Say, oh, just be perfect, Hans. Like just just five-head it. But I think you're right. And then you've obviously like seen me in DMs and stuff. Like I'm naturally, I think, a pretty like upbeat guy. But yeah, you're right. I do get very angry. And part of why I guess like my demeanor has changed so much over the last couple of months is I feel like I'm being, I'd say, pretty relentlessly attacked and like misaligned by a good amount of people, especially larger communities who like refuse to engage with me, right? And like I'll be real, that's kind of like it has darkened my demeanor in regards to how I engage with people. Mm-hmm. I'll be completely honest. Like when we had our initial chat, like right after the Demon Mama thing, that was kind of right at the start where I started getting a lot more shit. Mm-hmm. And since then, yeah, it's been a lot harder to stay positive when I'm dealing with other people. In my personal life, I'm still fun. I'm still hanging out with like the gang, still going to the gym, still going out to the bars and stuff with the gang, hanging out with my family and my brothers and all that sort of stuff. But like my charitability or kindness towards the people who are what I consider to be unkind to me has like pretty much dropped off like a cliff. And I completely acknowledge that optically that looks terrible, right? Because I'll just go nuclear at the drop of a hat, because if someone's like attacking me, I'm going to swing back. That's kind of how I was, brought up. If someone comes at you, you come back at them, and you don't. In proportionate response, something I'm working on.
Yeah. Now, is this a personal? So some people have mentioned that this seems Destiny-esque in nature. Are you taking any pages out of Destiny's book and how you're responding to these attacks? Or is this something you've personally come up with on your own as a strategy?
I don't think I know it looks like I'm taking a page out of his book, but I really just kind of decided I'm just going to stop being nice to these people. Like, that was kind of it. Like, oh, like, they're saying like terrible things about me. I don't care. Any like bad things I know about you, I'm gonna throw that out there. Like, I don't think it was me being like, oh, it's time for my destiny, like like lefty arc. But I've been in like conversations and arguments with people recently that I think that some of these people, like, their positions are just insane, and I treat them like with I would say like what's tantamount to contempt, and obviously that makes certain communities that like me a lot less. And certain figures in communities have actively pushed to try and demonize me, and whether it's calling me like unhinged or I have VDS or whatever, and I get that. And I personally, I could have taken it on the chin, right? I could have been like, oh guys, that's not very nice of you, but I didn't do that. I was like, all right, fuck it. These people clearly don't seem to have any interest in treating me with good faith. They don't have any interest with treating me with any level of charitability or kindness. And I was just like, all right, these people aren't worthy of it in response. And I still think I take these people's arguments at their face value, but in like to separate me from them. But I would say that personally, no, I consider most of them just like terrible people and, you know, abject human garbage.
Okay. So if the main criticism of you is being unhinged and stuff, you see how you're feeding into that with the nuclear responses, right? Like,
absolutely. Okay. And I don't have a good answer for that beyond. I'm not really sure how else to respond to it, aside from like just. I think what I'm going to try and do, and you can hold me to this in 2020. We can maybe reconvene in a month. But I'm just going to start blocking people.
Okay. Because yeah, that's definitely one of the better ones. I think that the best thing, because it'll allow you to address it, not just ignore it, is if you were able to really calm yourself down and calmly explain what the problems with some of these things are. But if you know in your heart of hearts that you're going to snap, probably not the best. But I think we both understand that. But I think yeah, the ultimately best thing to do would be if you could chill out and then you have like a chill stream where you're like, all right, so I have a few things I want to go through. I have a few things that people are saying. I just want to respond to them really briefly. These people are blocked. I don't intend on pursuing this conversation any further. I'm going to explain to you my justification for that and whatever, and then we're done with it. But second to that would probably be just the blocking, the muting, and the moving on. But do you worry that when you get in debates and stuff like that or live performances that you're not going to be able to moderate this behavior and that you're going to snap in real time? Or are all of these situations...
No, that in no way bothers me. I'm normally a lot better when I'm live. I'll be honest. I'm normally more frustrated when like I feel like I'm being attacked and I can't respond. Like I'll say something that like you know, he's gonna probably laugh at this, but like something that was like really frustrating is like when Vosh like spent like days like talking shit about me and he refused to debate me. I really felt like that was frustrating because I feel like I don't like it when people talk shit and then refuse to have a conversation with me. I really don't like that. And I don't want to say I want to maybe open it up to somebody if I disagree with them and say, and then like I'll respond and then give them an opportunity to like to talk. But after that I'll be done with it, as opposed to just saying like, oh, I'm going to block you and then respond, because I personally don't feel like that's fair to people. And I'm trying to be like fair to people, right? Like just because I think someone had a terrible take, I mean, I probably should bring them on like to talk about it, right? And obviously that doesn't mean I'm going to take like every single debate. You know, I've had like fucking 6 xenogender conversations at this point. I'm kind of tapped out with that sort of shit. But like if it's a specific like topic that I want to talk to, maybe I'll talk to a couple people, right?
Okay. I guess the maybe a bit of an inconsistency that I'm seeing there is like, so you're saying the fair thing to do would be to talk with the people, and you feel like by blocking them, you're doing something that would be unfair. But as of right now, you didn't retweet that asking for a conversation. You retweeted that going nuclear, which I wouldn't consider to be a fair thing, right?
Right, which is what this is a plan for the future. I'm not saying I'm doing it right now because obviously I'm not. I'm not like, do you want to talk, buddy? I might just start doing that. I'll just quote tweets like, hey, do you want to have a conversation? Like that kind of thing.
And then one other point is the overlap between the people that talk all this mad shit and the people who are willing to have a down-to-earth, fair conversation with you is probably going to be small. So I feel like the expectation that the people who choose to talk shit in this way on Twitter, that expectation that you guys should have a conversation, I think is not going to be... I don't think it's going to be realized very often.
I have no expectation that these like people are willing to have any good like faith conversation.
Okay.
But I want to extend it specifically because again I feel like that's unfair, right? It's like if I saw like a person who I thought was like being really stupid, and I just like say like, especially like if we're talking about responsible platforming, and I find like, you know, this tiny like maybe like 1 viewer streamer, and I quote tweet them and say you're a fucking idiot, and I block them and do like a stream like saying why they're stupid. I feel without having them on, that feels extremely unfair to me.
Yeah. Although, would you think it's unfair to do the block without the tweeting or the talking about it and just have it be like a silent block? Is that also unfair in your opinion?
No. I would say that's fine. But if I think it's like it has to be an either or thing. If I do the quote tweet, I have to be willing to have a conversation. And if I don't, and I just do the block, then we're just done. I think those
Okay.
are two fair things. I think it's like the quote tweet behind the block and then like maybe like a stream dunking on them. That feels like unfair to people. And I really don't want to, I don't want to do that. And I have had like good, I would say like good faith criticism from people from like say Vosh's community who I've talked to who are now like friendly inside my community, who I think are willing to engage with me. And I don't want to discount the entirety of a community, even though I've been pretty hyperbolic talking about specific communities recently. But I don't want to discount every single community just because like either their streamer's like an asshole or like the majority of them are an asshole, right? I don't want to do that for people. So, but I think you're right that if I think as long as I'm clear about that policy and make sure I do the differentiation, then I'm fine with that. Because I feel like that's more consistent than doing. I don't want to do the quote tweet behind the block thing. That just feels super shitty.
Yeah, or the writing off the whole community thing. But I feel like these are things that you're doing right now. So they're definitely like, there's an ideal here that I know that you want to achieve in the next year. And I do hope that you do it. And if it happens again, then of course I'll cover it and I'll say the same thing. And if you want to come on, I'll repeat myself to you. And I'll repeat what you said now to you. But I think at least recognizing that there is an incongruence between what you want to be doing and how you want to be responding to things and how you're responding to them now is worth mentioning, because it also may help you understand why somebody like Vosh behaves the way he does, where he's going to say all this shit, not invite you on and whatever, because, you know, these behaviors are kind of similar and you recognize they're bad, but you're engaging them as well. But by engaging with them, maybe you can understand where other people are coming from. Other people get frustrated. They don't necessarily feel the need to invite people on or treat them fairly or whatever, and they've demonized you, and then they respond how they respond. But being the bigger person is going to be hard moving forward.
I think I understand, and I saw someone in chat, and I'm not like going to try and pick a fight with a chatter, but I actually do want to. I am not just trying to present myself as like open to other people's opinions. I actually do want to hear opinions. It's just like I remember I didn't respond to this. You should be proud of me. I didn't make an angry tweet about this, but somebody responded like, "We need to focus on their arguments," and I was like, if someone's argument's just calling me like, you know, a coked out roid raging monster, like what exactly what argument am I supposed to be responding to? You know, should I send them like some blood work? Like,
well,
like
exactly.
what am I supposed to do?
With something like that's why I'm like a bit personally iffy on the solution being to have a conversation with these people, or the expectation of good faith being that you need to have a conversation with these people. Because I think depending on the criticism or the topic, it's not worthy of a conversation. If the topic is about whether or not you're a roided out, crazy monkey person who goes crazy on Twitter, like, do you really want to have a discussion about that? Like, when that's the level of argument that people are making, like, perhaps not. Perhaps the solution or the expectation there is not that you should have a conversation with them or whatever. Because that's just people shouting crazy shit.
But I think that would be the decision to me, just being like, I'm just gonna block this kind of person, right? Like, hey, if you make a comment, if you respond to me saying, oh, you're crazy, or oh, you're roided out, just block that person and, like, you know, try and never speak to them again, right? Like, that's kind of like the level. If someone says, oh, hey, like, I dislike your idea here, like, credit to someone in your chat, his name's like ISO7, I think he wants to talk to me later tonight. Let's see if I can ever get home from this fucking airport. And let's see if I can stream tonight. But I appreciate people like him, like, oh, like, I have issues like with this specific behavior, and I think you've given me that criticism. I think Chud's given me that criticism. I'm like, oh, hey, like, we can understand why you're doing this, and like, where it's like it's like the idea of like explaining but not justifying, right? Because I think it's personally justified. Like, personally, like I said, maybe it's just like way I was like, you know, I was raised, or like where I'm coming from. But like, you know, if someone comes at you, like, you tear their eyes out. But it's like, but I understand how, hey, to an outside observer, that looks pretty unhinged, right?
Right.
So, because most of the time, like, if someone bothers you, you know, you kick some ass and then, like, it's over, right? You don't really, it's not like, oh, hey, this person, like, was super mean to me online, and now, like, the entire community just talk about it endlessly. So I understand. Yeah.
And I think by living, like, the opposite of what people are accusing you of is the best way that you can combat it as well. Like, being super duper chill in your next stream, if you even choose to talk about any of this stuff, and covering it that way makes you look a lot better. Like, when Demon Mama says some awful shit about me, I often find that the best way of countering that is to, like, chill the fuck out, prep some points on how I'm going to address that, and then just try to look as sane as possible in my response to it and as fair as possible in my response to it. And then people can look at that contrast and make their decision. And if they still choose to side with her after that, then it's like, well, it's whatever. I'm not sure I was going to be able to reach you then, because the alternative would have been going nuclear, which would have convinced even fewer people, right?
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. Because I thought I did that reasonably. Obviously, I was still a little bit like angry. But I thought I did that reasonably well. Like when I had that like fight with Vosh a couple weeks ago, where like he accused me of being like shitty person. I literally like pulled up all of his old VODs, watched them like on stream, said these are like where you're agreeing with me in terms of takes, and like dude, like can we have a conversation about this? And like he said no, which I feel like is pretty shitty. But I think like maybe having that long term might be more useful. Maybe.
Oh no! I think we might have lost Hanz here. Uh-oh, Hanz, you've cut out. Oh well, he was summarizing what. You came in for a little bit there.
Oh, sorry. If you could
I can hear you now.
Yeah, if you could kick me. 1 second. All right, I gotta do the thing. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay. Okay. If I'm being honest with you guys, I think at this point we kind of get where we're going. I think we're circling the drain on this. So I'm not as feels bad man about this disconnect as I was the other one, because I feel like at this point we're kind of looping on the same stuff. Booksmart's out here silencing dissenters. Oh my god, no I'm not. I don't even like Vosh, but Hanz was slinging some shit. I don't know. I don't even want to jump into his thing with Vosh, because I do not have the receipts, and based on the way that he's responded to Celine, I don't want to get into that. I'm sure the same exact advice would apply. And that's why I'm not interested in getting into the Merrick thing either, because it's like, we're going to have the same advice and problem over and over and over. And that's what I mean by the circling the drain thing. The advice is going to be the same. He knows what the solution is. It's just a matter of Hanz actually executing on that, and Hanz actually following what he knows he ought to be doing, right? Because he's at the point where he knows that's what he ought to be doing. He agrees with us that that's the way that he should be engaging, right? We've laid out the ways that he could do this, the blocking, the handling it chill on stream, the asking for a discussion when it's warranted, right? He knows what tools should be in his tool belt, but he's continuing to use a hammer on all of these screws, right? So it's just about him getting out of the habit of using that hammer for the screws and using a screwdriver, right? As difficult as that may be, or as unnatural as it is for him, per how he's lived his life up to this point. So that's kind of where we're at. And if we look at other stuff, I'm sure we're just going to come up with the same exact advice. To be fair, they were both asses to each other, but I just wanted to mention that it wasn't as calm as Hanz portrayed. Sure. And again, Hanz is going to portray himself as good as he can, even if he's fair, because, it's about him and he's here to defend himself, right? So I understand that. I don't even want to get into it. I don't want to say he is being too much one way or the other. I don't even want to really give weight to what you're saying. I'm sure that you're being truthful with me, but yeah, we can't get into the Vosh. It's going to be the exact same thing as what we have here. The step between Vosh and Hanz was really in Hans's favor when you look at the context. No idea. We're not looking at that today. Hey, Bookie, I just joined, but I've been waiting for this review for a while. Cool. I wish he'd take his energy from how he does his panels and apply that to some of his situations. His panels are amazing. Yeah, the panels and the general marketing around Hanz that he wants to just be more chill with people and have fair conversations, whatever. I wish that was consistently applied to all of his interactions, right? Because I think that's a better way to be, which, I mean, you could guess from the way I talk about things on my channel. It's not in line with how he naturally responds to situations. So it's just about Hanz personally fixing the way that he's engaging with these, how he's responding to stuff and catching himself and realizing that the way he's engaging is not the way that he in the future would wish that he had engaged. He's going to regret the way that he's doing things. So I think he already knows what the problem is, and it is what it is, So anyway, we're circling drain. We're repeating ourselves. Oh boy, I just joined, but I can tell audio is going to be a trigger word. Yeah, the audio is bad. I'm wearing a lapel mic. It's the best I can do. Hanz is to Hippy Dippy what Destiny is to Dima Mama. Damn. Well, I don't advocate that idea. I am friends with both Hanz and Dylan. So
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
That's my response to that. I have no comment on that. Let's see here. The contrast is also more jarring because we know that he is choosing on some level to react this way. So that puts a worse taste in a lot of people's mouths. At least with Destiny, he acts like a more PG version of his friend on Twitter, but Hanz, it's whiplash. Yeah. And I feel like most people could reasonably expect more out of Hanz emotionally on Twitter than they would on stream. Like, if anything, I think more people find it difficult to respond appropriately on stream than they would on Twitter, because on Twitter you get to wait and respond however you want. That's not how we necessarily see everybody engage on Twitter. A lot of people do just take shots from the hips, but I think that's a mistake. I think you're missing the benefit of that platform. Nobody cares if you take an extra 5 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour to respond to a tweet. You have basically an unlimited amount of time when you compare it to the amount of time you have to ponder something on a live stream, right? So you should use that to your advantage to chill out a little bit and have a response that's really going to be impactful in the way that you want it to be, right? So Vosh was in Olive Garden. I'm not reading this whole big thing. What happened to your left arm? Where? I don't see what you're talking about. I'm like putting it behind me and stuff because I need something to do with my hands. Drafts are a thing. Drafts are a thing. Yes. Okay. We are all done with the Hanz stuff. We're putting it behind us. We're all done. Even if he comes back, unfortunately, we are done with this. Did Booksmarts already rate all the countries he went to? Nope. No, I did not. So we're going to exit the Discord here, and we're going to move on to part 2 of the stream, which is going to be talking with what is it going to be? Mr. Girl, right? I have my notes here somewhere. I'm taking a bunch of like disparate notes on what everybody is telling me and stuff. Like I have a bunch of sticky notes that I'm using to keep track of what Hanz and everybody in Chud and whoever else was on is telling me, and so I'm a little bit messy here. Here we are. Okay, so let's look at the Mr. Girl stuff. Stardust just interviewed Mr. Girl. You should call her. Is she all done with it? I didn't even know she had started. I thought we were still waiting on her to start it. Let me see. Waiting on audio's not that bad.
It's against TOS, so yeah.
Oh, she's not talking to him? Or is it already done? Did she really already finish it? I feel like I can't believe that. Interview just wrapped up maybe 5 minutes ago. Damn! That was quick. Or I guess it says 2 hours. I didn't realize we had been streaming that long. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Dang, that's crazy. Wait, I'm dropping 522 frames. What's going on with that? Booksmarts, it was 2.5 hours. Damn, okay. Cool to know, cool to know. I have a bunch of ats in my Discord. Let me see what these are about. I can only find the screenshot of the Venmo tweet. Thank you. Okay, blah, 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 blah. All right, that all looks fine. Okay. Audio sounds like your headphone mic, mate. Oh, well. It is better than my webcam mic. She talked to him for about 2 hours. Okay, okay. I'll DM her and I'll see if she wants to talk. Let's see. Where is her information? Stardust. We'll see how she responds to that. Call Stardust, she's crying. I already DM'd her. We'll see if she wants to talk. The audio is really not that bad. I listened to it just now. I don't think it sounds all that bad. Like, quite honestly, I really don't think it sounds all that bad. It's not as good as it used to be, but I don't have a $100 microphone, you know? Stars and crying, everybody just says that it's a meme. One of many memes that comes from Stardust channel, along with her dad's penis, or would you rather have your mouth sewed to your mom's asshole or your dad's asshole? She has a lot of like really weird memes that come from her channel. So hashtag where's my foreskin? That's another one, right? We have a lot of those kinds of very weird memes that come out of her chat. Anyway, we're going to talk to her. Hello? Hello?
Hello? How's it
Hi.
going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So?
Well, firstly, my mic is going to be much worse than it normally is today. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, so I am sorry. But I hear that you're interested in pedophilia.
Not like that. The subject. Yeah.
So how did your interview go? Did you guys talk much about pedophilia?
Yeah, we talked a decent amount about it, so.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a good interview though. Uh-oh. Is it? Oh no, that's why. Okay, sorry. Chat, hang on. Chat, stop. Don't freak out, okay?
What's happening?
I'm buffering, I think. Okay, chat. Chill. Okay? Refresh, okay? Refresh. Sorry. Okay, sorry. We can get back to it. What's up?
Yeah. What are the highlights from the interview for you? Like, why do you think it went so well?
I think I just kind of like understood where he was coming from. I think that's like the main thing. So.
And if you had to like TLDR where he's coming from, how would you describe it? And like, how is it different from how other people are kind of interpreting him right now?
I think that people are assuming a lot. They're assuming that this guy is really like nefarious or something because he's got an unusual view of pedophiles, I guess.
Okay.
And I don't think that he's like that. I think the reason why he has an unusual view on it is because partly because of his unique experience, you know, and his trying to like maybe and I know he said this wasn't it, but like in some place in the back of your head, maybe trying to understand why somebody was a certain way with you, right? So
okay.
Yeah.
And if you could be, are you allowed to be more specific, or is this about like a trauma that he had?
I don't feel comfortable talking about it. Like it's his thing. It's in the interview though. Okay. So yeah.
All right. Regarding like empathizing or trying to understand pedophiles, like or pedophilia, I guess, like
it's not about like empathizing with it. It's more about like understanding why like people are the way they are and how we can better combat a problem in a way that isn't like so like reductive, I guess, as like rounding them up and killing them, right? Because you know, he is right. There are people who are out there who don't offend, and from what I've read, it looks like that this is like kind of like a disorder. And I don't know that I don't think that there's a cure for it, but like maybe there's a way to like there's a way to combat it in a way. Oh wow, thank you for the raid, Destiny. Very kind. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Sorry. Maybe there's a way for us to like I'm sorry, Jar Jar Binks is speaking to me right now. Yeah, there's definitely a way we can combat this issue without reducing it to just we should kill them all, round them up and kill them all, right? And I think when we make out people who do these things to be like these, you know, foreign demons, or people who even have these urges but don't act on them to be demons, I don't think we're really like looking at the problem as a whole. So, yeah.
Were there any insights you gained from that interview that you found to be like particularly helpful in understanding this stuff?
I think part of the reason why. Well, okay, so one thing that I really disagreed with, he made me very uncomfortable with, is this idea that he thinks maybe it's not as unusual as we all think it is for some parents to like view their kids that way. I'm still not comfortable with that. But he made a good point in which, like, when fathers see their daughters like on prom night and they want to be protective, right? Maybe that's part of it.
Part of
them viewing their kids that way,
like in a sexual way.
Yeah.
Like, I guess this would depend on how this is worded, because like if I'm super charitable to a statement like that and I interpret it in my own way, like I guess you have to think about your kid in some sexual regard to be worried about their sexual health or whatever, right? Like I wouldn't want like my daughter to be sexually assaulted, and in order to think about that, I have to think about them being in sexual situations or whatever, or the possibility of that. But I'm not sure if that's what he means when he says that. Like, are you able to understand like what he means when he's getting at that? Does he mean that they are like personally interested in their child sexually, or that they view them in a sexual way to understand the dangers present?
I think it's like they acknowledge that this person is I don't know, like attractive, and yeah, they get scared for their child, I guess. Just, I don't know. I don't know that they're like, I don't know if it's an interest as much as it's like an acknowledgement, right?
Like someone in chat says recognizing beauty. So they can recognize beauty, but they're not lusting after their child.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that seems like a fair statement. Like I can tell that like that I guess like some kids are handsome and some kids are ugly, even if like I'm not personally interested in them in any way at all. Or like some little girls are cute and some little girls are ugly, I guess. Like I suppose we can all do those like differentiations, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
It makes me sad
sorry,
that it's so difficult to have conversations about any of this.
It makes me sad too, and that's why, like, that's what really stood out to me about him. And I felt like people were really jumping to conclusions about him, and I understand why, because it's so unusual to talk about things like this. But I think that he has like a very unique perspective on this, and I just think it's I don't know. I think it's something that we should talk about, right? Like we're really only increasing the ability for people to offend if we don't know, like, and they can't seek out help without being like completely having their lives destroyed, right?
Right. Why do you think people are so against even discussing these sorts of things? Like, where is this coming from?
Well, I think, you know, it's probably like the worst offense that you can think of, right? And because it's like the worst offense, people want to distance themselves from that and think that they would never do that. And to humanize people who do a horrible act, I guess makes them look inwards and think like, you know, this very uncomfortable thought, like, what if I was like that? So,
do you feel like in some of these discussions, people are kind of conflating pedophiles and child molesters more than they ought to be? Because I think that seems to be another problem.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Because like when you're talking about one of the most awful things you could do, it's like, well, I don't know if being a pedophile is one of the most awful things you could do, but definitely molesting a child would be one of the most awful things you could do. Because I just don't know how much choice either is involved in the pedophile thing, and it seems so hard to get people to reform and whatever that like I imagine it's more complicated than we make it out to be. And I understand being against child molesters, but for child molesting, but pedophiles for their pedophilic urges, I don't know how much they are to blame for that and how deserving they are of being treated the same way as a child molester.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Well, now that that's out of the way, how's your dad's dick hanging? Everything going all right?
Yeah, going well. Yeah, haven't seen it recently, but I'm sure it's fine. What about you? What's new with you?
I'm trying to do more debates and collabs and talking with people. That's like part of what I've been doing today. I had 3 different streamers on talking today. It's very unusual for me, but fun.
Oh, who all did you have on?
I talked with Chudlogic, Hanz, and now I'm speaking with you.
Okay, that's cool. So, what did you talk to them about?
Pretty much this stuff. With Hanz, it was about his Twitter escapades the last couple of days. I don't know if you've caught any of that.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. I think the aggression thing with Hanz is something he has to think a little bit about. Like he knows that it's not good to respond the ways that he's responding, and he knows what the like best ways to respond are. It's just making that decision is something I think he's going to try to do more of in 2022. So hopefully he does, because he is really capable of having super good faith conversations, like his panels and stuff. So if we saw more of that, I think people could really get to like Hanz. But if we even get like 80% of good Hanz, but 20% of bad Hanz, I think it could kill his reputation. And so I think he really has to limit that aggressive side to him, because even if a lot of his content is good and wholesome and whatever and being nice, if he has these like Twitter freakouts and stuff, it's going to really hurt him.
Yeah, I think so. I think even in like when I see him on one-on-one conversations, I see that he can be very aggressive at times, and it takes away from his effectiveness in the conversation. So, yeah.
And sometimes it makes it to where he can't communicate very well why he is so aggressive. Like, even in some of the tweets that he made in the Celine situation, I think that being more selective about the information he's presenting and how he's explaining why he's upset, I think he could have gotten a lot more people understanding why he was upset and understanding why he would not like Celine. It's just like he makes a lot of bad decisions about how to communicate that to people or make that clear to them.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am guilty of making a tweet that caused a little bit of drama, but I don't know. I'm not really too regretful of it. So
yeah, but your shenanigans tend to be fun.
Well, yeah, sometimes.
Was this one not? What did you do?
Oh, well, it was surrounding the whole Celine thing. Yeah, I mean, I just was saying, isn't this the same person who harassed these people and did this thing? And then a whole bunch of people were like, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. I'm actually going to look it up now. Did you delete it or?
No, it's still there. Yeah.
Let's see here. Damn, you do be tweeting quite a bit. Celine is the same deranged person, oh Jesus, who harassed Destiny, harassed RGR, outed a trans woman called Cherry a turf, right? Damn. Okay.
I mean, I'll stick by it. I still stick by that because it definitely was those things. I watched it in real time, so.
And this is that underhanded kind of meme that I personally like a little bit more. Like, because we have some explanation of why the sentiment exists here. The deranged is a little bit more earned because of the harassment listing that follows, and if you like any one of these people, you're gonna start to not like Celine. Like if you like Destiny, you don't think he should be harassed, or if you don't like RGR, or if you like RGR or Cherry. Wait, why is Cherry a TERF out of curiosity?
She just called her a TERF just because. Basically, Cherry was saying, you know, your language here sounds a bit like, I think she was saying it sounded a bit misogynistic. It was like over Twitter. They were going back and forth, and then Celine got super mad and called Cherry a TERF, basically. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've not seen any turfy remarks from Cherry, so that just sounds like a very specific but interesting one to me.
Daria Rahim makes a good point here. I wonder if we're being more permissible of Stardust than Hanz, and it has something to do with toxic masculinity. Maybe you are.
Maybe. I mean, like, the main problem I have in yours, if I was to be super critical, is just the deranged person part. Everything else is fine, right? Like, I think Hanz, we have more instances of some very strongly worded tweets. So I don't know if they're one-to-one comparable situations, but I think more generally, Daria probably has a point that maybe we treat female streamers differently than male streamers about this stuff. But at the same time, when female streamers or female people on Twitter hit a level of like saying stupid shit, I really do think that whether it's a female or a male streamer, you should probably just block or mute or whatever. Like normally that's the next step. So like if you start tweeting some really dumb shit, even if I like you, Stardust, I'll probably just mute you low key, right? Like that's generally my response to that stuff. So, you know. It's probably better than like, hey, you're being really mean in this tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other drama going on in your life?
Not really. Just, you know, there was last night with that panel. That was something. And that's about it. Just this interview. I think I'm going to be on a YouTube show tomorrow, so that will be fun.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whose show?
It's this guy like Tommy C, SFTP. Yeah, it'll be fun. So he seems like a nice guy.
Interesting. What are you guys going to talk about?
I'm not really sure. Not really sure.
Okay. Do you ever wonder, like, if or do people shit on you for hanging out with conservative people as much as you do?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Do you ever think about not doing it because of that?
No.
Good.
Yeah, I get shit on a lot. I get shit on by everybody, but at this point, I don't really care that much. So, yeah.
Solid. Don't lose that. Because
I mean, like, what the fuck are they gonna tell me? Honestly, like, these people don't know what they don't face nearly the same amount of like I don't know, name calling. I feel like that I do, so they can like shove it, you know?
Yeah. Or just not tune in. Like, if you don't like who's in the stream, go pick somebody else. You know, like wasting your time because they're not going to convince you to not do it.
Yeah.
If anything, I feel like with how rebellious you are, it would make you want to do it more. I don't feel like they're accomplishing what they think. So
yeah.
But I like that you do that because it lets me find more conservative people because I don't see a lot of other people hang out in those circles or go on those shows. And it's shown me that, like, oh, okay, there are other smaller conservative people aside from critically thinking veteran and like the people that show up on Hippy Dippy. And so, like, Bo Blacks and a few other people I've learned about through you.
Bo Blacks is a liberal.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a liberal.
Ugh. Well, now I don't like him anymore. Never mind.
Oh.
But okay. I'll try to catch this Tommy C thing. Do you guys know what time it's going to happen at yet?
4 p.m., I believe. Yeah, 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Eastern?
Yes. Sorry, should have clarified. It'll be fun.
Awesome. Well, you hear that, chat? If you want to catch Stardust, it sounds like she'll have a fun little interview at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I've not seen anything from Tommy C, but knowing Stardust, I'm sure it'll be fun or interesting. And even if it goes bad, that's its own kind of fun and interesting.
It'll be fun, I think. He's a nice guy, from what I can tell, so.
Good.
Yeah. What is hatchet throwing? What kind of hobby is that? So strange.
I've never
Ask
even heard of
Bookfuck
it.
how high he is. He's still raging about being stuck in a third world country. Wait, are you still stuck in a third world country?
Oh, I came back to the first world, but then I left to Mexico, so debatably, sure.
Okay. Do you do you like being in Mexico?
I mean, it's cheaper to live in Mexico, but do I like it more than like the US? Probably not. I would say I like some European countries more than the US, though, for sure. But probably not Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you in Mexico?
Because it's cheaper to live here.
That's the only reason?
Pretty much. It's tough to find an apartment with streaming, because when I show them how my streaming income works and stuff, they seem to just pick people that are easier to understand and whatever. So I've just had a rough time with that in California. Otherwise, I would be there. Yeah. All right. Well, now that I'm doing debates and stuff, if you see anything you disagree with me about, let me know, because I'll put your ass in the dirt rhetorically.
Sure.
Okay.
I know that you probably disagree about Minions being a good movie, so we could always argue about that.
Like the what, Despicable Me or Despicable Me 2?
No, Minions, the movie.
There's a movie just about the Minions?
Yeah, you should watch it. It's a pretty good movie. Yeah.
What happens in it? How do they make a movie about the Minions?
They just do. They talk about the history of the Minions.
There's a history
through time.
Wait, is this the one with the British people? Is this one in Britain? Oh.
Part of it takes place there, sure.
With the Queen lady, right? And the guy that looks like he's in the Beatles?
I don't remember. I think so. The Queen lady, yeah.
Because it sounds like it's like your favorite movie. I know how much you love Minions.
I do love Minions, yeah.
In all sorts of ways. Interesting.
Damn, people are mad at me for platforming him. They don't even know his history, and they're mad at me for platforming him. Wow.
The guy you're talking to tomorrow, or the Mr. Girl?
Mr. Girl.
Well, people do not be liking people who talk about the things that he talks about, you know? But
I guess so.
I
Why
think
do you platform Booksmarts?
She likes racist conservative people.
Yeah. Is that what you are?
That's what they think I am. Some people.
What do you think you are?
I was gonna make a yikesy joke, but I won't take the opportunity to. I don't know. I think I am a socialist. That's what I think I am. I'm gonna identify as a socialist. I think that has the most street cred.
Okay.
Yeah.
As long as you truly believe in it. So.
Oh, no. I don't have to. I just have to put it in my Twitter bio and talk about it. That's it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, what do you actually believe in, though?
I believe you just have to make the best decision based on like what you could vote for, and then you have to advocate like separately via activism for a solution that's not on the table that you believe ought to be there. I think that's kind of the two. And then because we're in the position that we're in, where we get to like speak to people and be on their second monitor for like half of the day, I think that part of our responsibility is to just encourage people to think in a way where they have the tools to come to similar conclusions on their own. And then that's like a whole separate thing that you could do with like your family or your friends, like encourage them to think in ways that'll lead them to better conclusions about stuff, or like ask like prodding questions that'll do the same.
Apparently somebody's screenshotting my chat.
Uh-oh. Well, they do be saying some silly stuff sometimes.
Wait, let me see.
Oh, it's Merrick. I hear nothing but good things about Merrick.
All right, I'm gonna quote tweet this person. Hey, this is kinda creepy that you're screenshotting my chat. Can you not? I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say that. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, we'll see.
Well, I'll let you get to your Twitter escapades, unless there's anything else you wanted to talk or argue about.
No, I'm sorry. My brain is like kind of fried after interviewing. So yeah, because I used all my brain power. So
you're totally fine.
Sorry.
I'll try and watch the VOD of it after I'm done streaming, because I'm sure that'll be interesting.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. Be careful with who you platform. I'll try to catch your thing tomorrow. Again, she'll be live tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST on that person's show, on Tommy C's show. So look forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Booksmarts. And what's new with you? What are you doing next?
I think tomorrow I'll go through one of the Mr. Girl conversations, like line by line. But no other plans outside of that.
Okay, I'm sure that'll be exciting for you.
Hopefully. I don't know. I haven't even watched it yet. That's why I'm like, I don't even know how the conversation goes, really. But we'll see.
All right, well, have a good one.
All righty. Talk to you later. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
I, too, am running out of steam. I was not able to carry that conversation nearly as much as I wanted to. If I had known more about the Mr. Girl person, I would, but I'm behind on the drama. Moving forward, next drama cycle, I will watch everything and try to be ahead on it. That way I can do those conversations a little bit better. But there you go. That's Stardust. She is Stardust on Twitch. She has a very fun panel show that I like going on. And if you didn't know about that, then check the Discord. Hashtag announcements on Discord. I try to post my other appearances on there. Chud deleted his VOD from today, I believe, where it wasn't available when I went to go get it. Otherwise, it would have put a timestamp version on there for you guys. But otherwise, I try to be good about posting my appearances in there. So look forward to that on the Discord. I'm giving that combo some Oblivion background music in post. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. If he starts with the line by line, you will get mind fucked. Maybe, dude. Add Stardust interview to the list as well, Book. To the list of what? Tomorrow? The list of things that I'm doing tomorrow? Wait, which convo is he watching? I don't know yet. I'm going to watch him talk with Steven about pedophilia. Then I'm going to probably watch her interview with him. And I'm going to try to catch the Vosh thing, because the Vosh thing sounds like it was short. It sounds like Vosh gave up early on, although I don't know the length of that one, I'm assuming it'll be shorter. So that's the order I'll try to watch the stuff in. And then I'll choose which one to do a line by line on, or to talk more about, based on whichever one I think I could contribute the most to, or use points from it to have a larger discussion about what I believe. Didn't even get my name right, you book fucker. All right, no problem, bro. I'm sorry. I know this is probably risky viewership-wise, but I just got done listening to the first 3 chapters of David and Goliath by Malcolm Gladwell, and I wonder if streamers reacting to audiobooks could be a thing. No. What I have been tempted to do is to set aside stream segments for books that I'm reading. So right now, and we're completely shifting away from all this Mr. Girl talk and stuff, I want to talk about books for just 2 seconds. So you guys may find it boring, but whatever. So there is an Amazon series. See, yeah, now I'm getting you. Yes, it's a video that you can watch. There is an Amazon Prime series called Wheel of Time that is based on a very, very long series of books from a long time ago. And A Wheel of Time, it was interesting. I liked it. I liked the show. I thought the idea was interesting. I thought the world was interesting. The characters interested me. I knew that it was different from the books, and the books went into a ton more detail. So being personally fascinated with the world, I decided that I would read the books. And I'm currently making my way through a 15-book long series. I am, I think, almost done with book 1. Book 1 is 35 hours of audio content. So, like, you have to imagine a 15-book series where every book is like 35 to like 40-something, hours long. It's going to take me a while to get through it, but so far I'm really, really enjoying it. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Wheel of Time books are dog shit. Well, keep your opinion to yourself, dumbass. I tried reading the series. The author was very, very detailed to the point I couldn't keep interest. See, for me, often audiobook experiences, I'm trying to pay a ton of attention, and I'm trying to like picture things in my brain. Like for read New Spring after book 5, I already know. Believe me, you don't think I check the orders to read? I know that you should read the prequel after book 5 because it goes more into Moraine or Moraine, whatever the fuck her name is, her story. I will, but we're a long ways away from getting through book 5, so don't really worry about that yet. Generally, lately, I've been just laying down or sitting and like closing my eyes and letting this guy paint the pictures for me. So him being very, very, very detailed, I don't mind at all. Because as he's describing every like button on the clasp of a shirt or insignia or whatever, he's just, it's like he's painting a movie in my head. So personally, I enjoy it and I don't mind it at all. But I can see how for other people, that's very off-putting for them. Just for me in particular, hasn't bothered me yet. Now, once we're like 200 or 300 hours into listening to this book series, it may become a problem, right? But as of right now, we're in the honeymoon phase, and I'm totally fine with it. There's a bit of a slump in the middle. I already know all this stuff, so I'm going to ignore the comments about that stuff. I remember when my friend started Wheel of Time when I was in high school. I'm 41 years old, and he just finished it. Yeah, some people read slower than I, but I'm confident I'll have this done in 6 months at the latest. I'm confident that I'll have gone through the whole Wheel of Time series in 6 months. I am voracious when it comes to audio content. I can get through quite a bit of it. So that's the plan currently, is to do that. And given the way that the author writes and he repeats himself and he's very descriptive and whatever, I'll probably be able to like not need to pay a ton of attention, take notes and stuff, which is also nice, because with some other fiction or fantasy, I literally have to have a notebook with like who the characters are, what they look like. I have to have a map in front of me of the place. I do have the map that I generally keep in front of me when I'm listening so that I can reference it like relatively quickly. Yeah, I already have it open on my phone here. I do keep the map in front of me so that I know where we are and what we're talking about, but I don't need to have character sheets and stuff yet. With Game of Thrones, I had to have a super duper long character sheet, and it became so unwieldy. I hated it. Thanks for the $5, P Squared. Is
Mexican
looking
food funds.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That'll buy me a couple of tacos. or more than a couple. Bookfucker is looking for a shit lay. No, I'm not, bro. Tragically, I've read and listened to the whole series multiple times. As each book came out, I went back and reread. Jesus Christ. Audiobooks help immensely for those types of books. Yeah, if it was just text and reading, I probably wouldn't do it. But that's the case for most fiction, in my opinion. Most fiction, the only way I will consume it is audiobooks. I really cannot sit there and read fiction in printed form. I'll read a bunch of other kinds of stuff like nonfiction or self-help or other sorts of stuff, historical books. But wow, $25. Thank you, Potato Cat. Let's hear what you have to say.
Love you and your quality first screen content book. But Rorolo, your opinion on the Wheel of Time book series.
All right, how am I going to do this? I think the Wheel of Time book series is fucking 10 books too short. This motherfucker could have told the same story if he would just explain the plot points instead of describing every fucking look and lacquer of every single item in the room. If this guy would just focus on what the fuck is happening, then maybe we would have a series that more people would be able to read. And maybe saying something like, I reread this book series wouldn't seem like a monumental undertaking. Yeah, I guess that's what I would say. I really don't have a lot of negative things to say about it. The only negative thing I have to say about it is that we don't get through a lot of plot per unit of like time spent written in the book or time spent listening to the book. So like I've watched the show, so I know how much of the plot the show is able to go through in the time that it had. And right now with the book, I'm like, damn, I look at the map and we've gone from like one city to another or like one town to another. And we've spent like more than half of the book already. And I'm like, dude, when I look back on how much time I've spent, we're really not getting far story-wise, but we're getting so much description and culture and internal stuff going on that I still find it interesting. But yeah, there you go. There would be my reroll. I can't say like too much mean stuff about it, honestly. Because like even knowing things that are going to happen ahead of time or having extra info I wouldn't have had if I would have started with the book, I'm enjoying seeing things that I only know and understand the significance of because I've read ahead or because I've watched ahead, I guess. So that's why I think the rereadability on the series is really good as well. I just don't have a lot of mean things to say about it yet. Perhaps the farther on I go, the more legitimate criticisms I'll have. But if I told you any other ones, it would just be me copy pasting what other people have said rather than an opinion I actually hold or could form based on my reading of the book. It's weird. I have a really good memory for fictional character names, but for real life people I meet, not so much. Start associating real life people with characters and remember their names through mnemonics like that then. That's what I do for actor names because I can't remember actor names, but I can remember their characters. I love books where they describe what kind of dust is on the skirting boards. Me too. Should the author really change up their style and what they want to focus on in order to make the plot? It's a fucking rerolled opinion, right? Like, I think it would make it more approachable to normal people for sure. I have a lot more criticisms of George R.R. Martin, right? Like, I see Gammy mentioning George R.R. Martin. I personally think I have a lot more criticisms for George R.R. Martin as an author than these other people, but that's because I don't really like the way that he's written his books. That's honestly the best endorsement I've heard for Wheel of Time. Might have to give it a try. If that's really the best that you've heard, I would suggest this guy on YouTube. I don't know what his name is off the top of my head. Somebody else who watches or likes Wheel of Time will know who I'm talking about. The dude on YouTube, the blonde dude, the very nice lad who does a bunch of Wheel of Time stuff. Daniel Green. There we go. Daniel Green. They're a really good YouTuber if you want to see them and get sucked into the show or the books. So what's the verdict on Mr. Girl? I don't have a verdict on Mr. Girl. Here's what I do have a verdict on. I have a verdict on like we need to think more deeply, and I think it's okay to think more deeply about this pedophile stuff. And I don't think necessarily we need to like chalk it up and end it and classify them as child molesters and be done with it. That's what I would say. But I think between my conversation with Stardust and the conversation I had with Chudlogic, we have a pretty good base of like what I believe in it. On it, I'm gonna ask Chudlogic if he has that Discord or that what's it called? That VOD still available? I'll ask him if he has the VOD, and if he does, I'll try and publish it on my own channel, because I think it would be helpful for you guys to hear me engage with him. I'm not in a sleeping bag. I wear a blanket because I'm cold. Let me show you guys real quick. So I just wear a blanket because I'm cold. my bottom half is cold. He's not wearing pants, I guarantee it. Haha, I was wearing pants. Need to get you some gloves? My hands don't get cold, my legs get cold. Imagine if he remembered wrongly that what he had underneath. Yeah, that would have been rough. You forgot your gloves. Yeah, I don't like these gloves coming. I know what they're memeing about. My hands don't get cold, dude. I got good blood flow. People be calling no maps abusers, but be watching Twitch streamers without thinking. I don't know, Gammy. No comment there. I think they had to fuck the VOD off because it had that banned person. Sure, but it doesn't mean that Chud doesn't have it saved somewhere. Yeah, like just because we delete VODs does not mean they don't exist somewhere, right? Like I will save VODs that I delete, right? Because I want to have them in storage somewhere. So just because a VOD gets deleted does not mean that it doesn't exist somewhere. So I always check with creators before. Get a robe. Robes are mad comfortable. Robes are difficult to pack. I just go with whatever my Airbnb has. Vosh has diabetes. That's unfortunate. Are you asking for a link? Nope. I'm trying to think if I want to talk about anything else. I think it's probably best to save some of the things I wanted to say about Mr. Girl for tomorrow. That sucks that he deleted that. I feel like Chud and I had a really, really good talk on his stream, but now nobody will ever know about it. Rate countries you visited? I already talked about that, bro. It's boring. I don't want to talk about that again. Switzerland is #1. I don't know. Here, let's look at a map. The tier list books. Well, if somebody makes me a tier list, I'll do it. But otherwise, no. If somebody has a tier list for me, I can populate a tier list. But I'm certainly not going to go through all the trouble of creating one. That I am not interested in. Have you talked about the food where you visited? Yeah, I already talked about all of that. If you want to go back at my VODs, you can go look at them, but I don't think it's fun to rehash that stuff, at least for me. He did break the position down pretty good, if I remember. Yeah, like, there's like a lot of parts. Ah, fuck it, dude. We're going to fucking do it. I can already tell we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Oh, this is going to make this stream a lot longer. This is going to make this stream a lot longer. Wait, why is it showing up in that window when I make it big in this window? Why is this happening? 1 second here. Let's make this big here. Okay, cool. All that's left of the Chud one. Let's see what this is. Let's see.
Okay, sorry, you might cut out, fortunately for you there, but you're saying that you basically tear the chihuahua to shreds with your ample girth or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god! Please, I've got to sleep tonight. That's gonna be my fucking paralysis demon tonight. You fucking a chihuahua to death. Holy shit! Yeah. Good lord. Okay.
They call me the pup pumper.
Okay. We don't. Yeah, we had multiple conversations. Okay, we talked about dogs at some point, and we don't need to. You know what? Actually, maybe it's okay that VOD got deleted. maybe that's, you know, maybe that's not the worst thing that could have happened. Maybe it's not the worst thing that could have happened that the VOD got deleted. Maybe there are some unflattering things in there. Now that I actually am thinking about it a little bit more clearly, maybe there's some stuff in there that would be best left untouched. Yeah, like Chihuahuas, probably best to leave them untouched. Because I asked him, or his chat asked, like about dog fucking or something, and they were like, I presented him the idea of like, well, if you have to, and I put you in a room and you have like a control panel in front of you where you get to pick which breed, you would click on the box that says random and you would just have a random dog assigned to you. And he was like, yeah. I'm like, well, I'm not. I'm going to pick something strategic, because if I got stuck with a Chihuahua or something, I don't know the situation you have going on, Chud, but I don't want to kill a dog with my wiener. That's not what I want to do. So in a situation where I have to, of course I'm going to get strategic and make some like better decisions about what dog breed. Of course I have some kind of preference there in this very specific scenario. So yeah, that's the context of that. That's directly from the Destiny Mr. Girl debate. You're on the wrong side of that one. Oh, I don't care. There's a clip of your explanation in DGG subreddit, I think. Uh-oh. Chihuahua POV? No, thank you. I'm not clicking that. Anywho, that's what was going on there. Mr. Girl would rather pick one he finds most attractive. I don't find dogs attractive. I don't know what I could find attractive about a dog. So, I don't know about that. Like, I have dogs that I think are aesthetically pleasing, but I wouldn't say they're attractive to fuck. I feel like these are different things entirely. I don't care, Chad. Yeah. I think we should explain this stuff. Okay, then do the Pokemon question. Lucario or Blaziken, obviously. Because they're human-like. Maybe Gardevoir, I think, is another one. Well, what are some other ones? Mewtwo's kind of person-like. I don't want to do Mr. Mime. I don't fuck French people, dude. I don't fuck French people, bro. I'm not fucking the fucking French Pokemon. No thanks, dude. No, thank you. Let's just go ahead and get into our drawings here. I think this is the one where... This is the one we use, right? Do you want this? Do you want A or B? This is B. This is A. Do you want A or B? This is A. This is B. I assume we're going to go with A. I think we normally go with A. Tier list time, boys. Why do you have a link? Because if you don't, it's not happening. I like B, but everyone chooses A. Yeah, people tend to choose A. I think A is just cleaner. Honestly, I think it's just cleaner to use A. You don't get any more information when I do B. Like, you just get a little bit of like the side of my monitor. You don't get like more drawing space or anything. And I think it looks more visually appealing. A does. So. Let's go ahead and do some discussions here. Let me change the settings on my tablet real quick. I don't know where my tablet settings are, though. Oh, there they are. Okay. I want this to be... Ooh. I'm going to have to plug this monitor in again. Oh, I love my tablet. There we go. And we want this to be on the primary monitor. Okay, and then we want to go grab you guys and put you back in the other window. Grab this, put it back in the other window. I'm dumb. I was looking at the screen thinking they were both blank when what is chat on? I don't know what you're asking or saying, so I'm going to ignore that. Cool. We should be all set. Nope. Of course, now I have to refresh this. All right, there we are. Now we're all set. Now we can begin. Sorry that takes a little bit to get set up there. Someone whisper me the countries he's been to. Jesus, look at the fucking VOD, dude. What is your problem? Like, you know that you can go to my... oh, God. Now the fucking... the whole thing is off now. Oh, it's all offset. Oh, this is cancer. Finally. Are we good now? Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. All right. Did you discuss any of the stuff in the title yet? We're 2 hours in the stream, so I assume he is just getting started. Fuck you, dude. Actually, we've been through all of the stuff there, and now I'm just finishing up and being more specific about one of the things in the title. Actually, we've done actually more than what's in the title. So fuck you. We've had 3 people on. We already did the Hanz stuff. I already gave Mr. Girl stuff. You know, now we're here. So, few things. Number 1, I want to talk about a process of things. So, there is thinking about things. Right. Then there is there's content, and then there is, I'll explain this in a second. I think I have notes from this. We'll just do that. Okay, so allow me to explain myself. So I think that we need to realize that there's different kind of steps to someone engaging in their sexuality or kink or whatever. So we'll just we'll call this engagement in kink / sexuality. Okay, so there is the thinking about it, right? So there is, I'm going to like do things in my brain. I'll think up images and stuff in my brain, right? And I think that for the most part, when I talked to Chud, he was like, it's okay that we think things, right? You're allowed to have a sexuality that's in your brain. You're allowed to have kinks like a rape fantasy or things like this in your brain, and that's fine because you're not harming anyone, whatever, yada, yada, yada. Then there is consuming content of that thing, which I think this is where we get into ethical CP territory, where Destiny has talked about before, right? So for Destiny, I think we've maybe he changed his opinion on that recent Brittany Venti stream, whatever. But this is somewhere where like he's okay with it, right? And then we have when it's consensual. This is where I'm at. Okay, I honestly think that if you can have a consensual sexual relationship with somebody that is like drawing upon the kink that you have or your sexuality, that's totally fine. So for instance, if you have a rape fantasy and your partner agrees to it and you talk it out beforehand and it remains consensual the entire time, you can go ahead and live out your rape fantasy, and I don't think that harms anybody. It's probably going to be fine. And we're not going to be talking about Mr. Girl here. We're just talking about pedophilia and whatever. Then we have something that would be non-consensual. So this would, for instance, be having sex with a minor, right? Because minors can't consent in most places. So this would be not okay. And I think most people would not be okay with this, right? So I'm just going to write most people. Most people, this is not allowed, right? I think most people probably also would not like the idea of having consensual relations that have to do with pedophilic urges or whatever. And I would argue that it would go as far as to here. Most people are probably also not cool with them doing content. I think you could convince or watching content of their kink or sexuality, whatever, having related to children. but I think most people, I could probably convince them to be okay with the thinking end of things here. Consensual, non-consent, twist the brain. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. You're gonna have to say something that's actually making some kind of sense for me to engage with you. Okay, so we're gonna take this, we're gonna drag it right here in the middle of our screen, and we're gonna talk about some other bits to do with this. It's super cringe to watch everyone take him seriously. Take who seriously? Bro, you're not smart. Nobody's talking to you. Nobody's asking you anything. Who are you talking to, bro? Let's go ahead and grab this. Who's L4UD? I don't know, dude. A consensual rape fantasy. Yeah, so, I mean, we could run anything through this that we want, I think. If you find something that counters this, feel free, and then we could change this and adjust this to whatever situation that we're talking about. But yeah, I think that if you put something through, like a rape fantasy, that's going to check out. So let's say you have a rape fantasy. All right. And your rape fantasy, can you think about it? Yep. Can you watch content of it? Probably okay, as long as that content is consensual, right? Is it consensual? Can you have consensual rape fantasy stuff? Probably, yeah. Can you have non-consensual rape fantasy stuff? No. And I think most anything that we put through here, we're not going to allow there, right? If we have BDSM, right? It's cool to think about. It's cool to consume content. It's cool to have consensual relationships. It's not cool to have the non-consensual thing. And if we have a sexuality, which is going to be different than kink, so I'll color it a little bit differently here. Let's say we have being gay. All right. I think thinking about it is okay. I think consuming content is okay. I think having consensual relationships with it is okay. I think having non-consensual, not okay. I don't know. I would put this pedo shit up here too for the most part. Are you allowed to think about it? Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, you're not hurting anybody with it or whatever. As long as it doesn't lead to harm, I don't think that's too much of a problem. Should you be able to consume content of it? As long as the content is consensual, as long as these two things are happening at the exact same time, then fine, that's fine. Now, you may be asking yourself, how the hell could you have content that is pedophilic in nature be consensual? Well, you could have something like anime, right? Where in anime, this is all made up. It's all fantasy shit, right? You could have your cartoons, right? You could have your art on Twitter or whatever the fuck you're consuming. You could have something that's played by adults, right? Any of these would probably be okay for that consensual content category, right? So this is, I think, where I might start losing people. So this is where I'm going to go to the chat and talk to you guys and check in for a little bit here. Let's go ahead, and if you have any questions, feel free to at me and we can talk about them. Genuine question around confusion. If children can't consent, how can the content be consensual? So yeah, there you go. Never mind, you called me out. Yeah, there. So this is my explanation of that. So I think it would be difficult for us to argue against these things unless you believe this. Unless, fuck, my grip on my pen has like busted or something, and now it's like very uncomfortable to use. So I'm gonna have to hold it very lightly. Let's talk about this a little bit here. So if you believe, for instance, that the thinking about it can be reduced or cut off if you do not have content that you're consuming of it, or if you are not engaged in consensual relationships that have to do with your kink. So this is what Chud believes, is that, and sorry if Chud disagrees, he can tell you guys as much, but my understanding is that Chud believes that there is a possibility that by people not just thinking about this pedophilic thing, but also engaging in content of it could make them think about it even more. And it could perpetuate this cycle where you're thinking, and eventually you're going to do a non-consensual thing. That's part of Chud's concern. I don't put that towards pedophilia because I don't put that towards anything else. Imagine if we applied that to anything else. Imagine if we didn't allow gay people to engage in consensual sex that has to do with their gayness because we're afraid that they might have non-consensual gay sex. Or imagine if we took people that had a rape fantasy and we told them, you can't engage in content or consensual acts that have to do with your rape fantasy because I think it's going to lead you to constantly think and engage in this and could lead to you doing a non-consensual rape act because you keep doing that in private, right? I think that for most other things, this wouldn't apply. And that's why I'm concerned with applying it to the pedophilia thing. I think that there are ways that you could theoretically engage in this and be fine all the way up until that non-consensual point. And then I think when you cross that line, then we handle that, right? But I don't think we police actions that we believe will maybe lead to this non-consensual thing because that's a kind of fear-mongering that we don't seem to apply to these other things. But maybe you consider the consequences less. Maybe you think that a rape fantasy resulting in a rape against an adult is less bad than against a child. And that amount of bad difference is enough for you to completely change the way you're handling the idea. I'm not sure. I'm going to check in with you guys and ask where you're at with that. So I'll zoom out here. I'll leave this like this, and let's see where you guys are thinking about this in the chat, and I'll engage with you. Would you not agree that to an extent, content of it almost encourages the idea? While I agree we shouldn't instantly write off someone who suffers with that mindset by default, I would also say we probably don't want to encourage said mindset and give people avenues to almost enjoy it. So here's the thing, is this is really going to depend on some facts about this this affliction or whatever. So let's talk about that. So let's say that let's say pedophilia is this this puzzle piece here. So this is the pedophilia puzzle piece, and sometimes people are going to have this in their brain. If this pedophilia puzzle piece is something that naturally occurs from the moment you're born as like a baby, if it's something that naturally occurs here, I don't think your argument makes sense, right? So this is going to come down to like what is going on here. So if it automatically happens from birth and we cannot take it out, we cannot take it out of the person, we cannot remove it, then I don't think your thing makes sense, right? So if that's the case, if this is all the case, then we can't, right? Because you have it at birth and you can't remove it, right? This would be like with being gay, right? It's some combination. We think of like the way that you're born in genetics and the way that you're raised, right? And that's going to lead to you being that way. So maybe we'll put plus nurture, right? Plus the way that you're raised. And it's not really feasible to try and remove it from the person, right? And so I personally think that this probably operates in a similar way to this, right? And unless I hear a bunch of information telling me that it works differently, this would be my belief. We have lifelong people who are pedophiles who need to be treated and institutionalized their entire lives. And I'm sure that they're not making the decision to be that way, right? I'm sure if they can make the decision to not be pedophiles or not be attracted to that stuff, that they would make that decision and would choose to be free, functioning members of society. But they don't seem to be making that choice. And that leads me to think maybe it is not a choice for them. So this is why sometimes I'll make that comparison. And if this is the case, then the encouraging or not encouraging doesn't really make a difference here, right? Because this thing is not going away whether we encourage it or we don't encourage it, because this is not possible. So that's what I would say there. Do you think pedophilia is just a kink for children? I don't know. It seems to be a sexuality for people. Maybe for some people it is just a kink, but for other people it seems to be their legitimate sexuality. It seems that all the things they're attracted to revolve around younger people or younger bodies. So, and this is the other thing. Is this attraction, all right, let's say, is the attraction to the age, or is the attraction to the body? /features. Because if it's to the age, it's basically always bad, because we determine the laws of consent in most places by the age. So if it's the age, it's always bad. If it's the bodies and features, I'm sure even with a modicum of imagination, we can imagine situations where we could be okay with this, right? And this is what I mentioned in my other part here with consensual versions of content around this. If there's anime, cartoons, art, or pornographic material that's played by adults, then we could have the consensual consumption of this thing that you can't change, and it would be fine, right? But it's going to depend on what that attraction is. If it's body features, then sometimes we can have that be okay. I'll make this blue. Fuck, my fucking pen, dude. I hate my pen. All right, so sometimes it can be okay. I'm gonna try and fucking catch up with this chat. It's so long. I'm not sure you answered the question about children being unable to consent. I would like to hear your thoughts about it. I don't care about discussing that part of this because we've already, as a society, we've agreed it's one way or the other, and I just don't care to rehash things that the rest of society has already come to a conclusion about. Vosh brought up a point that if he happened upon his parents watching CP, that a kid would be scarred emotionally and lose trust in the parents. That would happen with all sorts of stuff. This is the same argument that would tear apart the rape fantasy thing. If you as a child watched your parents watching some rape fantasy content, that might scar you emotionally and make you lose trust in your parents too. There's all sorts of porn that I could see my parents watching as a kid that would make me lose trust in my parents. I'm not sure this applies specifically to pedophiles or pedophilic porn, so I'm not sure that argument is limited to just telling us that the pedophilic porn isn't okay or consuming it's not okay. Beyond that, I think just in general, accidental exposure to porn of children's probably not the best thing. Regardless of what the content or context of the porn is, the problem is that children cannot consent categorically. I don't care about that. Hold on, I'm gonna put don't care categories over here because I think they're important. One sec. Let me just make sure my layers are okay. So I'm gonna have a list of things that I really don't care about. The relationship between age and consent. Because I don't care to talk about this because I don't really want to debate this with you. I don't care. Most places are doing this, but I don't think it's relative. I don't care that you think it's categorical or relative. I just take it as a given. I don't care where that's coming from particularly. Why is that baby smiling? Because babies smile. I think Chud, I'd agree with Chud if he was speaking descriptively, but it is true that engaging in behavior reinforces the urge to redo that behavior and more. Yeah, but it depends on what the behavior is, right? Again, this would forego rape fantasies as a thing. I'd be fine with that as long as you're okay with rape fantasies, some kinds of BDSM, maybe even incest. If you're against incest, you would have to apply that across the board to other things that I'm not comfortable with. So if that's the case, then we just disagree, but I wouldn't apply that to most other kinks, so I don't treat this one any differently. My issue with the way that you're comparing it to every other kink, even though I understand you, is that there are ways you can harm children that seem consensual, even though we know that kids can't consent. So again, none of this should be done with kids. Oops, I'm on my wrong layer here. None of this should involve kids. At no point did I say any of this should have anything to do with kids. Kids could maybe happen at the thinking part, but kids should not happen in the content. Kids should not happen in the consensual thing because the consent is related to age. And if they're a kid, then their age is low and it's less than the age of consent. So if it falls below the age of consent, then it's not allowed, right? So We can put that to the side, I hope. Imagine meme archaeologists coming across this JPEG without context. Maybe. Should drawn depictions of real underage people be allowed as well? No, I don't think so. I don't think it should. I don't think it should. Because this, again, gets the pornographic content of actual kids. Now, if it's of fake underage people, maybe we're entering gray territory, but not that. I'm sorry, I'm behind on the chat. I'll catch back up. I want to read all the apps because I feel like they're important. Tommy, you keep sending me fucking paragraphs, dude. Like with the gay thing, pushing them to rape someone would look a lot different from a way a pedo could rape an underage child. So I don't think those are, I'm not making special rape. I don't believe in special rape. Rape is bad. It's categorically bad. I think the rape in both cases is bad. So the constant consumption could push them to an action that may not be rape if a gay person did it to another adult. And we don't care about... I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. All kinds of rape are bad. I really don't understand what you're saying, so I'm going to try to ignore you here and find another at. Let's see here. Most child sexual abuse is not perpetrated by people who are primarily attracted to children. It's opportunistic offenders. Sure, then that supports this, right? Not always a lack of power. There are advocates that want to make it seem like the part... Okay. Then there you go. So these comments about child sexual assault being pushed by predation, not pedophilia, should mean that, like, that we shouldn't necessarily be mad at pedophiles then, right? Because here's another thing that I believe. I'm just going to use lowercase letters because I think it'll be easier for you guys to read. Pedophile, it does not equal child molester. We're talking about pedophiles. We are not talking about child molesters. Pedophilia could be okay. I don't know if this is necessarily like inherently awful, the way that child molestation is inherently awful, right? These two things are not the same. So if we're having a discussion about this, we really need to make sure we don't conflate these two things because they're not the same. Obviously, we're going to be against child molestation. Same with rape. You know, being a pedophile does not equal raping a child. It does not equal sex with kids. Okay? Besides age and body, it can also be the mental capacity. Sure, it could be attracted to all sorts of stuff. I feel like there's a different kind of dynamic if it's pedo stuff, since the kid is discovering it themselves. Since the kid discovering it is themselves a kid, so accidentally exposure isn't a great argument. Yeah, like the idea that we don't want it floating around because maybe a kid would see it is something that we would. I don't know. It just applies to so much stuff. I don't think that's working here the way that it should be. Should probably label that as don't care to talk about for clarity. There you go. Don't care to talk about. Sussy is a screenshot. Yeah, as soon as you wandered in this territory, I just assumed that book was only talking about people who can consent. Yeah, it's only people that can consent. That's all we're really talking about so far, right? Because I want to keep you guys on board for as long as I possibly can. What are the stats on anime fans abusing kids? No idea. Let's see. Sorry, it's a long topic. It's fine. I don't understand what you're saying. It would be fine if it was long and I skimmed it and I understood it, but I just don't understand what you're saying. I think where you're going with this is that the attraction should be separated from the action, the conversations that could be had about that. Yeah, exactly. That's really what I'm trying to get at here. That you thinking about it, is one step. And then the next step is going to be actually acting on it. We could put way over here. So there's thinking, and then there is acting, right? Maybe we'll put a hammer here for acting, right? Then there's acting, right? And we don't want people to be acting on the thing, right? I think thinking is... like, because again, if we go back to like how they actually how it's actually happening. I don't know if we can get rid of it, so I don't know if we can police the thinking about it. And at least Chud and other people I talk to are not necessarily against the thinking about it. They're against the acting when you drill them down. In regards to the content stuff, how do you feel about like hyper-realistic 3D art? Maybe it's just feels, but that seems a lot different to just anime shit. I don't think it should matter. Like, I feel weirder about it if I'm being 110% honest with you. My feelings is that makes me feel more weird. This is going to be a difference between me and other content creators is I'm going to really level with you about how I feel about things. That feels weirder to me, 3D stuff. But I think that 3D stuff, unfortunately, per like logic, if we want to stay logically consistent, 3D stuff I would probably still put in here. As long as it's not based on a real kid and it's not using their likeness or whatever, it should probably be okay. The mechanism of how rape occurs is different. Okay. Most child molesters are not actually pedophiles as well. Well, then there you go. See, like, that's why it's important to differentiate those two things. I don't know if you guys, I mean, everybody's saying the same thing, so I'm sure that's whatever. But yeah, so I don't think those two are the same thing. Pedophilia could be okay. Yeah, exactly. Probably. Lots of good clips in this. I don't care, dude. This seems very similar to the narrative that trans people are predators in the bathroom used by the right. Yeah, like, I'll be honest with you. I know it pisses you guys off to hear a comparison made to gay or to trans or whatever, but I don't know. We had social stigmas against those things as well. For people who it seems like they can't help the way that they are, just because socially we disagree with it. I think we need to separate that from real social harm that's being done. And I don't know if there's real. I think we could have these people exist in ways where they're not causing social harm. And I think that that's maybe what we should be going towards to make a better world. If you put child molester at a 10, 1 being good, 10 being terrible, where do you put a pedo? Like, depends on what kind of pedo we're talking about, right? A pedo is like a general thing. Let me think about this. Like, I don't know what we mean by, like, bad. Or, okay, 1 being good, 10 being terrible. I don't think it's good. 5 would be indifferent, right? So 1 would be very, very good. 5 would be indifferent. 10 would be really, really bad. I'd probably put it like a 7 or an 8. It's probably not good, but that's shitty of me because I'm judging somebody based on maybe an immutable characteristic, and I feel bad about that. But if I'm being real with you, I'd put it at like a 7 or an 8. That's pretty high up with being terrible. But I just don't think it compares to the child molester thing. Those are still in leagues apart from each other. You lose the right to talk about social issues when you become YouTube. I don't know what that means. If you act on those urges, my friend Chip might want a word with you. Yeah, well, you probably shouldn't act on those urges. Booksmarts, you should talk to Aristocracy about this. She's well-versed in literature on this subject. Okay. Watching gay sex doesn't make gay people rape people. No, it doesn't, but it may make them want to flirt, court, be around other gay people in a sexual context. Those kinds of actions I do believe porn encourages you to do. That is fine with... Yeah, so here's another thing. I understand and sympathize with this argument. So can I be on the right layer so I could actually type here? So so porn, maybe consensual sex. These two things. How did you word this? Because I want to copy the way you worded it. Encourage. I definitely think this is the truth, right? The porn and engaging in something consensually can encourage the actions. I don't think, though, that this encouraging the actions I don't think that that encourages a ban, right? So it may encourage the actions, it may increase risk, but I don't necessarily think that that should justify a ban, because I wouldn't apply the same thing to anything else. Now, if societally everybody else disagrees with me and votes to ban things like rape porn or whatever, then that is what it is, right? But I think as of right now, it seems like society is on the side of not banning things that are encouraging the action in terms of sexual activity. So I would probably apply the same to the pedophilia as I would anything else. Like, but let's say that for right here, this effect here, that for rape, it increases the odds by like, I don't know, 0.05% or something. And let's say that for child molestation, it increases the odds by like 80%, right? If this is the case, and that's significant compared to anything else, compared to any other negative thing, so maybe rate plus everything else, it's like 1.5 to like 2% more likely or whatever, and we think that all of this is like okay, I think at some point we could hit a percentage here where it becomes not okay, and it's unlike other things, but I don't know enough to know that this is significantly different than this, so I can't say that, right? That is fine with gay people because it's possible for adults to consent. However, those same behaviors being incentivized to push pedos to do the same behaviors with a group that no matter what can't consent. So no, and this is what I talked with Chud about. Chud said, what would you do with people? What would you do with people that are pedophiles then? And I said, well, ideally in a Thanos snap situation, it'd be cool if we had like an eHarmony sort of website that is people who unfortunately look like children, okay? So, right, maybe people that have whatever it is that Andy Milonakis has or something like that. Maybe if those people want to meet up with these people and there's some ideal hypothetical that we come up with that's super extreme, like the ones Destiny comes up with, if we have our equivalent of a rape cage hypothetical, I think that it is possible for these people to find adults who they can have consensual relationships with and still feel comfortable engaging sexually and whatever, and it not be with children, right? So I think that there is the possibility of this. This would also mean that if relationship A doesn't work out, let's say relationship A doesn't work out, then they can move on to relationship B because they have this website and whatever. So I think that it is possible for these people to have normal relationships with adults. I also think that they can just choose to not have a sexual relationship. Right? So we could have a relationship with an adult that is not sexual, right? So, this is what Chud and I talked about, is a hypothetical that if we could find a site to match them, but this is also assuming that the pedophilia works this way. Where is this? Oh, it's on that same layer, my bad. That the attraction is to the body and features. If it's to the age, that's a lot harder, right? Then we can't. But if it's an attraction to body and features, we could find adults that have those body and features and whatever, right? So I don't know. If it's so hyper-realistic that people can't tell the difference, it might be bad. I don't know. Maybe, dude. What about AI generated, but it uses real kids for the training set? Ooh. I love you, Rage Pope. You always give me interesting questions when it comes to things that are debatey in nature. And now that I'm a debatey person, maybe I'll enjoy you more as a chatter. There's a lot of problems with that, right? And I know I'm super far behind on the chat, but fuck you guys. I'm having a good time here. So if we give all this stuff to an AI, and we have a bunch of videos, all these videos are illegal, right? In and of themselves. So if there was a way to make them legal, right? And they're harmful to the people who they're subjects of. But if it was not harmful somehow, like they consented when they were adults and they had their therapy and whatever, and they don't mind it being put into this AI or whatever, if all this is true, and it went into the AI and it produced it, it's probably okay, I think. But as it stands now, this kind of content would be illegal and it would be harmful to those people that are inside of the content, that are subjects of it. So that would be what makes me say no. So if it was all the black things, then the answer would be no. But if it was all of the other color, I don't know what color that is, green maybe, then I would be okay with it. Haven't they done loads of AI generated kids to try and catch predators online? No idea. I don't know. We aren't pissed off. We'd like you to be able to rotate your views into a place you might not be seeing. I don't think you guys are pissed off. If an actual study said it was better for pedos to be placated with ethical porn than going cold turkey, who would be against it? I don't know. People that are unscientific, maybe. Will we call it a sexuality though? Like, I'm fine with calling it a fetish. So I get in arguments with people about that as well, is they don't like that I'm referring to it as a sexuality, but I've always heard this referred to as a sexuality. I'm not personally married to the idea of it being sexuality. I'm not married to terms. If you want to call it a kink or whatever, I don't care. I'm not married to it. As long as we're talking about the same concept here, I don't mind. I don't have an ego about that, really. I feel like you could have an interesting conversation with Mr. Girl. Maybe. That's rating is legitimate, right? Even if it's immutable, it's a characteristic with dangerous statistical probabilities. I don't know if it has dangerous statistical probabilities. That's what I'm saying. But I'm sure this was a remark to something a long time ago. I am going to scroll all the way down to... No, I'm not. I'm going to read. Because I think you guys have written interesting things. Pornhub pushing rape porn on new viewers is a bit concerning. I think a lot of what Pornhub pushes is really, really concerning. I think incest stuff is concerning because we know that young people watch porn, and if young people watch porn of their stepbrothers or sisters having sex, I think that's damaging. I think there's a lot of things beyond just rape porn that Pornhub is pushing that's dangerous, but that's a separate discussion. Whether it's a sexuality or a kink, I don't know if it even makes a large applied difference in this case. I don't think, yeah, exactly. I don't think people have any more choice in their kinks than they do their sexuality. Probably not. And in the case of sexuality versus kink, there's still the exact same distinctions between thinking about the kink and acting on the kink. Thank you. Amen. Thank you for listening to me and synthesizing that with what somebody else has said. I think there's an unfortunate group that got addicted to porn and trying to find more and more extreme porn, random child abuse. Yeah, and I think Ted Bundy argued about that with his crazy rape killing stuff, right? That porn fucked him up and whatever. I think we've heard that from multiple different people who've committed like sex crimes and stuff. So yeah, that's a separate problem and not good. And that's why I said with the percentage thing, if we know that consuming that stuff is causing harm, then it changes the equation for me. But I just get tough. It's tough for me to like restrict people's access to certain things or whatever because it could cause harm. Like alcohol can cause harm. People can go drink and drive and do stupid shit, or with marijuana or with anything else. So it's like I don't want to restrict their access to the thing, but I think we got to punish when it becomes a problem. Your logic goes right out of the window when it's a subject you feel differently about. Mine? What do you mean? You have to be more explanatory than that, or I'll just ignore you. It might increase proclivity, but not enough to justify banning. Exactly. And if it was enough, if it was significantly different than everything else, then maybe it would be different. But the idea of consuming X encourages X, could we apply that to violence, say in sport? Yeah, we could apply that to a lot of things, dude. Thanostat means no pedos? No, I don't know about that. If the people in the apartment next door are playing out Okay. Can you imagine using your body type in a service to humanity, partnering up with these otherwise dangerous society? It's a hypothetical. It's a crazy, crazy hypothetical. I can't imagine we even make a website for people that look like children for pedophiles. This entire idea is fucking crazy. So it's just a crazy fucking hypothetical. But you guys love crazy hypotheticals, so I'll provide them to you. This might shock you, but I don't think most petite girls enjoy being fetishized by pedo gays. Age play is a thing that I know very well exists, so I don't know. I think you underestimate what exists in people, or what could be trained to exist in people. Looking young isn't what they want. They want the power dynamic. Again, depends. So you've added in here power dynamic, right? Thank you for the donation. I'll check how much that is in a second.
Well, Oh.
That one was uncomfortable. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So if they're attracted to the power dynamic, I still think that could sometimes be okay. You could play with power dynamics the same way you do with rape fantasies and other things. I don't know if power dynamic is the thing that changes us here. It's still sometimes okay. It could be wrong a ton of the time, the same way even being attracted to the body can be wrong a ton of the time, right? Because a lot of kids fit the body type. But you know, you could play around with this power dynamic as well. So I don't know. These are things that could be a kink and not necessarily be like an inherent characteristic of the individual, right? They could play this out as kink because this is sex in particular. I feel super weird as that babyface partner knowing that my cohort likes me because of my little kid body. Here's the thing. Kids have properties to them, right? A kid has properties. So they're like little, right? I don't know. I don't want to list a bunch of features, right? But kids have a bunch of features. Those features, some of them can be shared by adults. Like a kid can be little, a kid can have this power dynamic thing that we mentioned, right? Power dynamic. A kid could be, maybe some of them are into them being virgins or something, right? But a lot of these can also be accomplished in an adult, right? An adult can also be little. An adult can also engage in these power dynamic plays. An adult can also be a virgin or pretend to be a virgin. Like a lot of these traits that we've listed are things that are features that could happen in both a kid and an adult. So that's what I'm saying is, like, if we assume that that's the case, are they attracted to, because you're choosing to word this as such, you're choosing to word this as they're attracted to my little kid body. Are they attracted to your little kid body, or are they attracted to this set of features which happens to align with children? And there's a big difference between these two. That's why I said the age thing is important, because you're assuming the age thing right there. If they like people that are little, that they can engage in this offset power dynamic with, who are virgins or this, that, and the other, these things can also align with an adult. So I think in a world, this hypothetical world where we have the eHarmony for young looking people, it's not that they're attracted to little kid body. It's they're attracted to people with petite features who can engage in this power dynamic thing, who, you know, have all these other features. So I think you're making a logical jump that I think normal people could make, but I need you to hesitate on that when we're talking about it logically, because if we're being debate bro about it, these features could exist in both a kid and an adult. So in the world that we're talking about, I think these people would look at it not as like they're attracted to my little kid body, but they're attracted to these features which are unique about me or something like that, right? I'm not sure it would necessarily have to be viewed that way, because those features can be separate from a child and still be attractive to the pedophile based on my current understanding. So I think free sex therapists that aren't required to report non-abusing pedos would be a realistic, actionable plan. Free sex therapists that aren't required to report non-abusing pedos. I really think that we should just, okay, this is going to sound Nazi-esque or whatever. I really think we should just have lists of these folks and they should just go through treatment and stuff like that. I don't know. And maybe there should be a grade of how dangerous or what level of control these people have over their urges. And then we should just classify and rank them and keep track of that privately, as we would any other kind of like disease or whatever. Like there should be a set of like levels for this. Like if they have some urges, but it's not about family, not about people close by, it's just something that pops up from time to time. Maybe they're like level 1. It's not that big a deal. Then you have level 5. They have committed in the past multiple times. Level 4, they have committed once. Level 3, they want to commit and it's against people that are readily accessible to them, level, you know, like maybe there could be different levels to that, and then you would have some kind of plan for dealing with them, and you would have a list that to law enforcement would be available. So if a child got raped in an area or disappeared in an area or whatever, then we would also have a list to reference of possible suspects, and that way we're not wasting this information that we have. But I know that you wouldn't want to report this, and there's maybe HIPAA things there. I don't know. It gets more complicated when we talk about stuff like that. So I'm not sure. I get that idea philosophically, but the problem is, why would we need to train the AI with a real person? Can't we just make, I don't know. That's just, I don't question the hypothetical and be an asshole about it. I just deal with the hypothetical as it's presented to me, because I think that's good form in debate, right? You guys hate it when people pick apart pieces of the analogy or the hypothetical without engaging with it. I'm just engaging with Rage Pope's hypothetical. Have you seen the trailer for I don't care. What if the AI generated pics that look like children that those kids look like? Then that's on the AI. That's not whatever. I think he means it uses real children. Yeah, he does. Okay, I'm scrolling down to the bottom. I'm just catching up with chat. I think the problem with that tracking is it doesn't account for those who have offended or been caught. I said that at the top of the list. Level 5, it's people who have already offended, right? But don't worry, it have that as the sex offender registry list. Yes, but it doesn't have the categories and classifications that I'm talking about in a mental health setting for those mental health people, which is what we're talking about. That's like a separate thing. But yeah, for sure. And if you were level 5 or 4 or whatever in the hypothetical we talked about, you'd already be on a sexual predator list for sure. But I think it would, I'm okay with going against HIPAA for like people that are committing crimes, but maybe that's a problem in my own thinking. I'll address that later. I guess I'll think on that. Sorry, mean haven't. I don't know, bro. Too late. You should proofread what you send to me. Really gamify their pedophilia to really get them to build up their. Jesus Christ, dude. I know it's majorly 2S, but could you do this for other things that are more sinful? You know, thou shalt not in a video game. Yeah, we already do that. What the fuck are video games? Some people like video games so much and killing people so much they go and join the fucking military. You know what I mean? Like, I do think this already applies to other stuff. We allow people to do all of this stuff. We allow people to think about killing people, and that's normal. We all have a call of the void or whatever. I think we won't police people for thinking about murder or whatever. There is tons of live leak content online, and it's regular that shit gets linked on Reddit, and tons of people watch it and whatever. And especially when I was younger, at least, tons of people watched live leak and gross.com and all that sort of stuff. And now consensual, I don't know if you could consent to have somebody else kill you for the sake of having fun killing you. Maybe in an ideal world that would be the case, but there would need to be a lot of restrictions on that, the same way there is for like euthanasia or whatever. But maybe one of the ways that you could euthanize yourself is by pairing you up with somebody who really wants to kill. I don't know. Sounds fucking crazy, so probably breaks down right about there for me. Because I'm not sure if you could consent to having yourself killed by somebody, but maybe in some crazy hypothetical world that one of these debaters comes up with, that could be the case. Let's see here. Oh, your internet company want to sell you something? No, it's my antivirus, I'm pretty sure. Don't you think we should include people who have experience with pedophiles in these types of conversations? Sure. Yes. I'm not going to pretend like, or I'm not going to attack you for the implications of this question, but I will just answer it straight up. Yes, I have a surprise for you. Check your DMs on Twitter. It's hot. Well, I'm not going to check right now, buddy. How do you feel if, as a child, someone innocently did a 3D scan of their body, maybe for a video game or something, and then as an adult consented to using that 3D model for porn? I personally think their body, their choice, but I could... sorry, I probably covered the mic there. I personally think their body, their choice in an ideal world. I don't know legally how that plays out, though. I'm pretty sure there are legal problems with that. I don't really know. Off the top of my head, I would be okay with that, but I don't know if legally that's okay. Not that that would matter to you, but that's where my brain goes. I don't know if that's legally okay, but I don't have a problem with it. What I'm trying to say is that people don't seek help because therapists are often required to report people who admit they have pedophilia. So with sex therapy, it was free to those who want it. If it was free to those who want it, then of course that would be a beneficial thing, right? I think people would have a hard time arguing against you there. Wasn't there a terminally ill person? Sorry, terminally online that's stuck in my head now. Wasn't there a terminally ill person who wanted to Roblox in a concert setting and have a cannibal eat them? I don't know. In some hypothetical world, I'm sure we could do that, but legally and otherwise, I don't think it's possible here. HIPAA, you keep using that word. I do not think you know what it means. Seriously, though, that's not what HIPAA covers all. HIPAA ensures that health data is safeguarded to prevent it from being accessed by unauthorized individuals. HIPAA protects the privacy of patients by prohibiting certain uses and disclosures of health information. HIPAA allows patients to obtain copies of their own information. So if law enforcement had access to all this to all this private health information, I don't know how that works. I don't know the specifics of HIPAA. I don't think I'm wrong in using HIPAA there. I just don't know if HIPAA would specifically cover that, but I don't think it's an improper use of HIPAA. And I've already watched this video that you linked me. I've already been linked this before. Do you not own your childhood likeness? I think it depends on what parts of you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Not a criticism of you, as a general criticism of the discourse on this topic. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see here. Is Booksmarts fucked? Nope. It is fucked for sure. Your Honor, they wanted me to eat them. Okay. Anywho, I think this just about sums it up, right? I don't want to look up this Wikipedia article. I don't care. That's yet another thing I don't care about. I guess we'll put that other stuff under here that I don't care about. I don't care about your HIPAA stuff. Really? I really don't care about your HIPAA stuff at all. I don't care about HIPAA. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't care about HIPAA. What else do I not care about? I don't care about Wikipedia. I don't care about your random Wikipedia article. I feel like people take for granted the idea that we can consent for a past version of ourselves. I feel like this would break down with the time travel memes. I don't know. I don't know. It's not like a topic I think is specifically important to me either. I think this is more important to me than that. It sometimes ends up in your armpit, but can mostly hear you fine. I don't think it ever ends up in my armpit. Whatever. So all in all, I'm not saying that. I'm not even reading that out loud. Legislation can enable authorized access of any citizen's data that is not protected by the Constitution. The take on HIPAA that has been floated by frustrated folks is that it's some kind of way to deny people asking about, okay, you have your own bone to pick with other people. I already said that I don't care about this. So the next mention of HIPAA is going to be a shenanigans thing. And if you don't know what shenanigans is, use exclamation point shenanigans.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
There you go. So I used to think video games potentially could have a negative impact, but now I'm wondering if for some people they use it as a deterrent. Maybe, or like a release valve so that they don't do it in real life. I don't know. Let's see here. Fine with an off-topic question? No, I'm not. I'm not. He consensually ate someone to keep it. Okay, I don't care. When shenanigans is called, yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, I think we've covered everything. Unless somebody wants to debate me in Discord, I think we're basically done with this. I think we've explained everything that I want to. So I'll summarize it super quick, so maybe that can make it in the YouTube video, and I'll go grab some water so that my throat is nice and lubed up for that occasion. Wait, so do you get whacked if you are the reason you put something under shenanigans? Or is it the next one after? Next one after depends on the person, but I would say for the most part should be the person after. I'll debate you in Discord. Okay, bro. I don't. Well, you're not in there, so you're a fucking coward, and I hate you. Okay, you guys are funny. Which channel is the Discord? You just join any channel. Need to add a shenanigans feature so we know what's already passed. Nope. You just have to pay attention. That's the fun part of it. That's the whole point from the fucking movie, is that Farva doesn't know that he's not allowed to say shenanigans, so the other people trick him into saying shenanigans. That's the whole point. You guys miss that every time I explain it, but that's what makes it funny, is that somebody comes in an hour later and gets banned and they had no idea. I wanted the C word and xenogender shit to end, but I didn't realize that meant we are on to CP instead. Well, it's what Destiny wanted to talk about, I guess, so this is what we're talking about. What if I just showed up? That's the funny part. You still get banned. What do you call a female hippo? I have no idea. I have no idea, dude. Book says pretty short bans for shenanigans anyways, right? I do pretty short bans. I don't know if the mods do pretty short bans. I'd come to the Discord, but I'm waiting for Mr. Girl in his waiting room. Two of my favorite peeps. Jesus Christ. I'm going to grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Good shit. Yes, yes. Get inside of me. That's fresh. Oh, that's fresh.
Yeah, okay. Now that I have my drink, let me just make sure. I'll let last minute problems roll in and then we'll talk. Would you call a romantic relationship with a child pedophilic in nature? I mean, if pedophilia encompasses like a romance as well, then sure. If it only encompasses sexual relationships, then no, right? I think common parlance of pedophilia, I think it would be pedophilic in nature, but I don't know. However specific you want to be with that definition. Like, here's the thing. And I'll explain this on like a separate dealio here. So sometimes what happens is people say word, right? I'm saying, well, word could mean X, or word can mean X plus Y, or word could mean X plus Z. So I don't care which one you're using. I only care that X exists. So what I tell is like, I only care about this part. So when people say, well, would blah, blah, blah be included in here or blah, blah, blah? My response to this, my next step is always just to say, well, if X equals word, then it is okay by me. I don't really care. I'm super flexible. When I get into debates, this may be a problem, but when I'm talking to you guys or when I'm trying to convince somebody in real life, I really, for the most part, don't care if they include something funky here. I, for the most part, don't care. Because here's the other thing. Once we get past this, like, let's say this is like all level 1. Once we get past level 1 and we get to level 2, now that we have an agreement on what the word means, so let's say that we agreed that word equals X plus Z, and we're including something else there. Now level 2, I can try to subtract Z from there. So I can try to subtract Z and have a conversation about subtracting Z, right? Bloop, bloop, bloop. We're talking about subtracting Z and try to subtract it. So then getting word to be exactly what I want it to be, which is X. And that would be like level 3, right? So sometimes that's worth it. Most of the time it's not. Most of the time I'm okay with just ending here and we can agree to disagree on the definition because I don't fucking care. As long as your definition has the one part I need to make my argument, I really don't care if your definition has extra baggage that I personally wouldn't include. I don't think it's that important. But I also don't have a lot of ego when I go into debates and stuff, so I really don't care about this. Some people do. And some people have such an ego that they... When I say ego, you're going to think about it really negatively. How can I word this better? some people think that it is very, very important for the sanctity of their argument or whatever, that they get you to 100% agree on exactly the definition they want, because the definition that you want, if you were to include Z, causes this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem. I don't care. We'll get to that when we get to that. I will explain the problems with including Z at level 2, but I need us to agree at level 1 first. Once we agree at level 1, I'll take a swing at level 2. If level 2 don't work, I don't care, because I got what I needed. My minimum viable product, the minimum thing that I need is X to be the word. This Z is like a tertiary problem, right? Or secondary problem, I'm sorry. Tertiary would be higher than that, right? So yeah. Let me scroll back up and see if I missed anything here. I always just match the concept apart from the word they want to call things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, as long as I can get them to do X and do a word, I'm fine. Now, the word can change, right? Like, we can have this be word A, and they can make it into word B. Sorry, look at this. My pen, the grip keeps like slipping over the buttons, and it like makes it impossible to use. Like, look at my grip. It's all like wonky. See, it gets all fucked up. And so it's like getting hard to use this pen. Something broke on this grip, and I just have no idea how to go about fixing it. Take the grip off. You're a fucking genius, Harry. It won't come off. Now I fucked it. You're kidding. Oh, you're not a genius, Harry. I take it back. You're nothing more than a wizard. A fucking wizard. You just give me magical solutions that don't do it. Maybe I should just cut this little dingleberry off. Oh no, the dingleberry goes in there. Oh, very creamy. There we are. There we are. Pip pip de doodly doo. Awesome. I think I fixed it. Cut it? No, I think it's meant to anchor it in. I think it actually probably ripped. I grip stuff very, very tightly. I have like strong forearms. I don't know if you can see it on camera or whatever, but like of all the muscles that I have, my like grippy muscles are like pretty hardcore. The rest of them not so much, but my grippy muscles for sure. Anywho, let's see. Let's bring back up my chat here. I always just match the concept part from the word. I don't think you can be romantic with a okay. I think you could be one way romantic with a child for sure. Like unidirectionally, I think you could like fall in love with somebody who's young. I think you can fall in love with like the person that's growing up there and not have it be sexual. I think that's a thing that exists. It doesn't take much of an imagination for me to do that. People are really dumb and inflexible with words. You can tell them in what regard you're saying it, and even then they'll forceps triangulation Sweden. Can you give an IRL example of it? It feels like this is a toss-up and how badly this can go. Maybe not. I don't know what you're asking about, dude. I'm just gonna have to scroll down to the bottom and just catch back up on the chat because you guys don't include context for me. Did we just witness a botched circumcision? What are you talking about? It's honestly romantic love or parental love, though. I think both are possible. I don't know. Oh, an example of X plus Y. So we just had one. We just talked about one. Oh, you frustrate me so that you forced me to rack my brain for examples to things that we literally just had a real life example of. So let's say that we say that oh god, now I have to fucking make a whole other dingleberry, whole other layer and talk about this. So an example of let's say that somebody says, and I'm making this up. I'm making this up. Totally making this up, okay? Let's say that somebody believes that socialism is it means the things that fuck. Now I have to get my fucking colors out. Let's say that they believe it's Marx's writings And I know that socialism is not this thing. I'm just like creating a random example because somebody can't use their imagination to come up with something for themselves. So let's say it involves Marx's writing plus like what is best for the collective. Okay. And we'll say the best for collective is the X. That is the thing that I care about, that I'm in love with. And let's say that this thing here is the Y, the thing that I'm not really super duper fond of. So if we end up saying, well, socialism has to involve Marx's writings and the what's best for the collective. We go, oh, okay. If I can still use this socialism thing in my examples and I can just ignore the Marx writing thing because it doesn't cause problems for my argument, I will take all of this and I will be okay with it. In the event that I cannot, because the Marx's writing thing causes problems for my argument, I will just take this. I'll ask them, what is the word for this? And if they give me a word that's like, communism, I will just play with that word. I don't really care. I really don't care. I'll be like, oh, okay, whatever. Now, if this ends up becoming a problem for me, like they use this communism thing for like arguments that I have to tackle, then I'll ask them for a more diverse definition, because this may include more than what is just best for the collective. It may include best for the collective, our X here. This may secretly include X plus some other variable that we really, really don't want in there. Like, let's say it includes plus variable A, and variable A is like what leads to their arguments and stuff, right? So I don't care what word they call the concept that I'm using, or even if they include something else, if it doesn't get in the way of my argument, I only base it on how difficult it's making my argument. I don't really care. I don't try to foresee these things either. I don't try to like if we're walking down an argument, right, and we are right here. You are here, right? I don't try and look over like this hill and the mountain over here and then the ocean past it. And I don't go, well, there's an ocean way over here that if we reach it in this discussion and you're using Marx's writings, we're not going to be able to have a boat and like sail over here. What you're saying only works on land. But if my argument only ends up going through land, like let's say it stops at the summit up here, I don't care if it doesn't work in water, because that's not as far as I'm arguing with the person. If it gets to that point, then it gets to that point. But I don't care to look that far ahead. Instead, I'll go with this. We'll go as long as we can, right? And then let's say that we end up doing this and we get all the way here and it becomes a problem, then I'll address it, right? But I try not to just foresee problems like that, right? It's like word algebra, basically. Yeah, I think that's how most argumentation, logic and stuff works, is it's akin to algebra, right? Being too nuanced on subjects like this can end you up in big trouble. Exactly, so I just don't care. I'll work with whatever definitions other people have, because I'm not married to anything and I don't care. All poops are traumatic. We're just conditioned not to acknowledge it. Yeah, maybe. I have comments I could make about the feeling of pooping and how that's similar to other things. And some people really, really like the feeling of pooping because they enjoy it in other contexts, but I digress. But you just said you don't care about X plus Y, but pedophilia plus actually molesting changes the whole argument. Well, yeah, sure. And that's why I said that we could come up with something else, right? Oh my God, you're frustrating me, but it's because you're challenging me. So I'll try not to be mad with you. Like, just know, I'm not mad at you, Tommy. You're frustrating me, but it's because you're challenging me. So pedophilia plus actually molesting, you're saying, changes the whole argument, right? So I asked, can we set this over here, and we'll call that child molester, right? And if we can set this here, and I defined it, right? This is the attraction, right? And I talked about the different kinds of attractions. There's attraction A, there's attraction B, and that's what we laid out, right? So I don't think what you're saying, like that's how I handled that. Do we still have problems, or because that's the direction we took, right? Is then I laid out more points, right? So pedophilia plus molestation, we were able to put molestation in a separate category over here. Pedophilia is over here, still has problems, right? So then I divide it up. So we have pedophilia A, and we have pedophilia B. I said that A is probably not good, and B is okay, right? And then we just get into this. Now, what we call pedophilia B, I don't care, right? The actual word there, I don't care what the word is, right? And that's where I'm saying I'm not married to it, right? As long as it represents the term or the idea that I need it to represent, I really don't care what the word is, right? So, yeah. Okay. How about when the government does stuff? It's bad. That's socialism. Being too nuanced and subject. Okay, I already read that. I'm not challenging you intentionally. I was just asking a question, but you're going back to old comments with new context. I was just asking for a harmless version. I still don't understand what you're saying. I'm not challenging you intentionally. I understand that part. I was just asking a question. I understand that part. But you're going back to old comments with new context. Yeah. The thing that frustrates me is I have to go through all this time, but from my perspective, you should be able to do this. That's why I get frustrated. I'll explain my emotions. There we go. So my frustration is coming from is because I think that you can do it, and it seems very clear to me. So for me to have to spend time backtracking and going through this when I thought it would be readily apparent gets frustrating. But other creators get real spicy with that, and it's like a problem that they have where they get super duper frustrated that they have to go back and explain something that they think should be self-evident to people. So that's why I'm trying to still engage with you even if it frustrates me. The frustration I can't handle. It's an emotion, it like comes up. How I deal with that and how I treat you, I do have control over. So I'm trying to moderate that. So just know I'm going to feel it no matter what. Like when I repeat myself, when I go back to something that I think I've already explained well or whatever, I'm going to get frustrated, but it's not really something against you. That's like a personal problem I have, and I try to behave better. So then does that make sense? I hope it does. I don't want you to think I hate you or anything. I don't want you to think I'm an asshole just because I got frustrated. I can't help it. I get frustrated and stuff. But yeah, I hope that walking through that, it made sense and answered the question though. Fuck it, don't worry, ignore me. Okay. Seeing books de-escalate his frustration is fantastic. Good delegation really benefits from preventing frustration from ever coming up in the first place. A boring job can be not too shabby, or at least save frustration from real tigers. Yeah, so like for instance, if I wasn't trying to be quick, right? If I wasn't trying to if I wasn't trying to be quick, I wouldn't get frustrated. If I was going slow, I wouldn't get frustrated. So it's going really, really fast that gets me frustrated. And I know that, but I have to be that way on stream because there's lots and lots of people adding me. And when I spend too much time on one person, I keep falling behind, and that's what becomes difficult. That's why I think I'm going to start doing the Discord direct message thing for questions like this. Or have somebody else in the chat who compiles them for me and gives them to me so that I can answer like good questions and stuff and just do them all at once. That would be the ideal, but we're not quite there yet. I deal with my frustration by hopping over to Hanz and realizing it could be worse. I'm not trying to be mean, lol. I follow along until the equations start getting written, then I tune out. Well, you and 80% of math students have something in common. Just got here, seeing a lot of people call Mr. Girl a bunch of shit on Twitter. Is any of it actually... I don't know. I don't know anything about Mr. Girl. He's only in the title, so you know what we're talking about. Chat is also trying to be quick too, and typing versus talking is tough. Sure. Yeah, so that's where I'm at with that. Okay. Anything else? Even if it's Tommy, I'm fine with that. If Tommy has some other shit, I'm okay with addressing it. Don't be afraid of me, okay? I'm not hitting you. I just get mad, okay? It's like a parent that gets mad at you that they have to explain something and repeat themselves for the 18th time. I don't mind if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. I won't hit you. Please don't be afraid of me. Just tell me the thing. I want to have a very open relationship between the two of us. It's okay. I want to be somebody that you're okay with telling me the thing. Don't worry that I'll get upset with it, right? Daddy gets upset about all sorts of stuff. That's daddy's problem. That's not your fault. I'm sorry. If you have anything else, it may be something that somebody else is thinking about in the chat who is questioning about it, but they just don't want to ask. So feel free. Have you viewed any of the talks? No. He's going to hit us, guys. That's what they always say. If I ask that nicely, will you hit me? Maybe, bro. You may not hit me, but will you verbally abuse me? That I cannot guarantee that I will not do. Okay? That I cannot guarantee. Okay. Because if not, then I could do my like TLDR of it, so my editor has a much easier time of going through this. I think my editor really likes when I do TLDRs because it makes their life a lot easier. Sorry, Daddy. No problem, Aiko. Is that Aiko of Twitch fame on YouTube in my YouTube chat, or is this somebody else that happens to have the name Aiko? What's your favorite beer? Right now, that is readily available to me, there is a beer called Estrella, which is star in Spanish, that I really like and is easy drinking and good. That I have access to in America. But I don't really have particularly favorite beers. Like Dos Equis, I have no problem with, but honestly, beer is not something where I have favorites. It's all kind of like gross at heart. Like the difference in my liking of a beer is the difference between like a 5% like versus like a 10% like. Like I don't like 80% like something and I'm like infatuated with it. And I certainly don't have like 100% like of something where I'm in love with it. Wow, this is the greatest beer ever. It's more like, I really hate this one. I dislike this one a little bit less, right? Let's see, looks at the shiner and thinks I'm, whoops, what? How did you make your text a different color? God, I wish that was me. Oh, okay. Seems hard when half of the questions are from people jumping into an explanation halfway in. Maybe. I mean, they've been here a while. Tommy's been here a while. I just feel like being annoyed because I'm not a time traveler and you are going back to old... Oh, so they are legitimately talking about something that you completely missed. I see. Okay. Okay. And then getting mad because I don't have that new context in the comment is annoying as fuck. Okay. You're going back to old comments with new... Yeah, so what do I do for people like you? This is a really good question, chat. What do I do for people like you? It's a very difficult question as a streamer who explains things. What do I do to the people that come in late? If I always go back and re-explain things, that would suck because it would take a bunch of time. If I tell them that I already said the thing, it sounds like I'm being condescending, uppity, and an asshole. And a lot of people are going to come in late, so that's going to happen, or they're going to miss something, right? What is the solution there? Because I have no idea. Clearly, I don't have the solution. If anybody has cool ideas on that, I would be happy. I would be open to them. Like, I don't have all the answers for streaming and stuff. I'm an imperfect human. If you have a better solution, I would be interested to hear it. Furthermore, you had readily admitted that a lot of people can't deal with the X plus Y situation not separated out, so it feels weird to call me an idiot. Hold on. To be clear, I'm not calling you an idiot. Like that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying, like, for somebody who watched the whole thing, this should be self-evident. You already said to me you didn't watch the whole thing, so that's fine. And I hope that the implication is not that even if you did watch the whole thing and do that, you're an idiot, because people miss stuff, like I just said, all the time. So that's why it's all an internal thing. It doesn't really have to do with you. And not separated out. It feels weird to call me an idiot for asking for a harmless version so I can learn to not be one of those people. That's how I feel. Yeah, so not an idiot. You just didn't watch the rest of the stream and then ask questions. Thank you for that. Let's see. Come drink Canadian.
Is Hanz's stream title related to your criticisms? Also, Stardust is getting dragged on Twitter for a Mr. Girl interview. I warned her, unamused.
We talked to Stardust earlier. We covered Hans's drama earlier and spoke with him as well. So if you like that, there will be timestamps once I'm done streaming and I timestamp the VOD. Lindsay Ellis is retiring for content creation. I don't care about. You guys keep telling me, okay, we're adding it to the list of things I don't care about. And this I am okay with being a dick about. I don't care about Lindsay Ellis. I don't care to talk about that. Looks like the to talk about is on a different page. Books, you've been all around the world in the past few months. What's the last bit of 2021 saying about 2021, 2022? In a short, what is the last bit of 2021 saying about? I don't know what you're asking. Heineken has a nice commie star on the bottle, and I always steal them from my brother. So it's like communism actualized. Jesus. Tell them to fuck off to YouTube. I feel like that's not a good solution. Just ban them? That's not a good solution. Tell us to fuck off and keep going? Maybe only re-explain once halfway in. Yeah, I could put them all to the side and re-explain them all at once. Tell them to watch the VOD. That's a really mean solution. I don't think you guys realize how mean that would seem if I kept doing that. If I kept telling you to rewind and watch my whole thing. RGR does this thing, and other people as well, where they tell you to go. I covered this for 12 hours. I've spent 60 hours on my stream talking about like, okay, bro, nobody's going to watch your fucking 12-hour thing. Nobody's going to watch your 60-hour thing. People don't want to watch your 60-hour thing. They want an answer to their question. So like, it's not a good solution because it doesn't solve the problem for the other person. It just like, it's like if I asked you, how do I open this beer bottle? And you're like, well, throw it at the dome of whoever's asking you to open it. Like, well, that doesn't solve anything. Like, sure, I opened the beer bottle by busting it on their fucking head, but it's not giving them what they're asking for, and it makes me look like an asshole. Create a pastement with the notes for the show. All this is posted to Patreon for patrons, so if you want this stuff, it's on Patreon. AI note gathering with game save points that people can catch out and catch up. Jesus Christ. If you come up with that, maybe. Wait, Hanz is live and he has a title. I didn't even hear your thing correctly. I guess Hanz has something? I don't know. Tell them to watch the VOD for sure. It's taking our journey to a halt, stopping to tie shoes in front of people trying to get on a plane. Sure. Yeah. Okay. It does stop the whole thing, but I feel like there's got to be a more clever thing here. I keep trying to scrape your freckle off my monitor. Okay. Just got here. Who's an idiot? Nobody. I'm not used to the way you go all the way back to the top and respond to those comments. That's my issue. I think I can fix it. It's a natural limitation of streaming like this. I think I like how you have huge diagrams on the stream. That helps a lot. Yeah, it helps me to go back and explain things so I don't have to rethink them. But I still get frustrated. I'm working on that with me. I'm trying to get better as a person. But in the meantime, I would like to think of a better solution. Go back every once in a while to keep everybody up to speed, but not enough to where it's annoying. Okay. Expandability, sustainability, when considering that question, I definitely err on the side of conservative for you. I'm okay with being told to rewind or asking chat. Okay. If multiple people are asking for a reiteration, maybe it's required. Sure. That's handy. I don't know who that is anyway. Okay. What was your favorite place that you visited this year and why? There you go. That's a much better question. Favorite place I visited was Switzerland. Why? Because I had a really good host family and I got to see a lot of the country. It was very varied and I think it was a good representation of European stuff for me. I think it left a good taste in my mouth about Europe. Give them a minute guess of how long ago it was. I can't do that on the fly. That's really hard. Keep a doc going of topics with timestamps. I could do that. That is... So far, that is the most helpful thing that has been suggested to me so far. So I will take note of that. Difficult for me. Puts the onus on me, but yeah. Okay. Okay. I would suggest having a 1 or 2 sentence summary of what you talked about, either in your mind or written down somewhere. You can just shoot it out really fast whenever someone asks. It's not that simple. Like when they ask a question like that, it's not that simple. Because It would be a lot like if somebody gives me a math equation and they ask, hey, how do I solve for x here? And I'm like, oh, well, that's the third side of an isosceles triangle. So you're going to use the isosceles triangle formula, whatever, to figure that out. I can give them the formula and say, oh, here's the 2-sentence thing. It's blah, blah, blah. This is the formula to solve that. But then they have to solve it. And I'm not always confident that people can solve it on their own. Connecting that thing and solving it is I don't have faith in people, but maybe that's a me problem. I suppose that's possible. How does Destiny do it? It seems like he just keeps talking. He just ignores people, and he berates people that have what he considers to be stupid questions. And he ignores people. I find it difficult to ignore people. I think people feel bad when they ask questions they don't get answered. Unfortunately, I think you can address everyone. Unfortunately, I don't think you can address everyone once your audience gets to sometimes. Okay, yeah. When I get to a big point, I hope to have someone else do this for me. I hope to have somebody curate questions and to just handle them all at once. Watch the VOD, yes. You could tell latecomers to hold on to questions and set aside for like half an hour to address it later. Yeah, so we could do all the questions at once. Yep. With 3 days left of the year, any quick takes on what you've learned? Mind blowns or just little spots of beauty? No, I have no wisdom for you. I'm sorry. I don't want to rack my brain for it. I didn't consent to hearing the RGR talk. Oh, okay. You have really nice videos that are summaries of what you're talking about. I think so. Thank you, Tack. Keep a Google Doc or something going with timestamps and link people to it. Oh, it's just so much fucking work. But yeah, okay. That could also have a Google Doc version. It's just the writing down timestamps while I'm like streaming is like yet another thing I have to do. The best solution is to tell people to show up on time. In other chats, I normally see chatters jump in to explain stuff to newcomers. My chat doesn't do that. They do when it's a very simple thing, but when Tommy sends a fucking paragraph, I think people are going to be a little off-put. Just do an update / small, and that's not to make fun of you, Tommy. That's just it's a matter of fact. Like I'm just being realistic with how people engage with long comments. Every 30 to 60 minutes, that should be sufficient. Right now, we're not even talking about pedophilia. It's like all dedicated to this. I just want to find a solution to this. In case you're thinking we're like, oh, he's stud-locked. Like, no, I'm intentionally trying to find a solution here. I admire how you try to get to all the comments. It makes me all the more ashamed to shitpost and slow you down. Thanks. That seems like it may be a bit different to maintain in real time. What? Difficult? The doc? Yeah. I think you were lucky to go to Romania. You made it back every body part. Yeah. As far as I know. I'd probably ignore questions about stuff that was already covered and explain again only when you spot multiple questions. Sure. Your big diagrams help you keep track and helps the viewers more than people realize. Sure. Does the drama include Mr. Girl? Kind of. I mean, it's just about pedophilia. Han's drama is separate. The topic you want chat to focus on, a on-screen text for that could be good to help people know what the focus is. I don't think we have a problem with people asking off-topic questions. What Tommy said wasn't off-topic. It is completely on-topic. As a matter of fact, it's something that I already addressed because I thought it was important, right? So I don't think we have a problem with off-topic, really. Fuck off and ban them. Okay. Tell them to ask chat. Yeah, maybe, bro. I know that Destiny and Melina got married. I DM'd Steven and I congratulated him, and that's good for them. I'm happy to hear that. Just trying to... I would have DM'd Melina, but we don't really have any kind of relationship between us. So I felt I should just tell Steven. But obviously, congratulations to the both of them. Just trying to juggle noting when you switch topics and then reminding yourself to write down the previous / next topic will be tedious. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah. Anywho, I missed it earlier, but what dog did Chudlogic pick? He's fine with any. He says he would just hit the random button. Do you ever wait a few minutes for people to join at the start of a stream? Yes. Yeah. I don't know if others felt this way, but I didn't want a lot in my chat history about this specific topic. Don't blame you. I don't blame you. I try to do that explaining thing, but sometimes I don't understand. I feel you. I'd feel guilty if I came in late and forced you to recap for me alone. I'm sure Tommy feels guilty too, but, you know, I'd rather get the questions because I like being challenged with the questions, you know? It's just, Yeah. Tell people to eat their probiotics. I don't know how your editor works, but at least one pro is that it could easily help with their workflow too. Sure, we've kind of worked out something where we get videos out quickly now. Is it still against the rules to do back and forth chats? Yes. Maybe the name of each slide/page for each topic already covered, kind of same idea as a doc. Maybe the name of each slide/page for each topic already covered. I'm confused by what this means. The name of each slide/page. So the name of each page is going to represent each topic covered. Okay. I don't know what you mean by kind of the same as a doc, but all right. Booksmarts, keep a Google Doc. Oh, you probably mean doc with just a C. Keep a Google Doc of Q&A for repeating questions. It's not that they're repeating questions. Like, I think we're missing what the problem is. The problem is not off-topic questions. The problem is not repeating questions. The problem is questions that have been answered by, like, my explanations already. So that's what it is. We'll do a recap in a second, Johnson. I'm putting you off, and we'll do it when we're all done with this. See? That's one of the solutions right there. How much does it cost per month where you're currently at? I think it's like 900 or like $1,000. I don't feel guilty he's choosing to halt the stream. It's his job. I just asked the question and answered how I felt. Yeah, for sure. And again, nothing against you, Tommy. No, like a doc of slides, such materials, etc., rather than document. No. That's way hard. Not happening, dude. Not happening. Because we make most of this on the fly anyway. So that's not happening.
I was just being a shit heel. Okay, cool.
Anywho, I think we're done with that topic. Let me wet my whistle and then we'll do our summary. Woo. Create pop quizzes to make sure the chat is paying attention to keep us on our toes. Then we will be better at filling in those who have questions, /S. You do /S, but if there was a way to have a pop quiz thing that really fit with the stream, I think that would be fun. To like, yeah, that would actually kind of be fun if there was a way to implement it. Then post all the chatters' grades publicly. You know, that would actually be really good for BGG. If we took the poll functionality and we turned the poll into a quiz, keep track of what everybody answered, and then add that to some kind of like rating or grade, that would actually be really, really funny. I actually think I'll toss that along to the BGG team. That might be a cool thing to put in the development of the website. How triggered would you be if the pop quiz showed that the people were consistently getting the pop quiz wrong? It'd be my fault. It's my fault, right? Like same with the teacher. If all your kids are getting the questions wrong, something is up with your teaching. You can't just blame the kids. I'm sure some non-insignificant portion of everybody will meme at some point, and in which case I'm not going to feel bad about that. But, you know, getting internet is a problem at places you look for. Sometimes we usually ask beforehand. A simple trick is to always go with the business side instead of the consumer side. It's a bit more expensive, but I don't, because it's significantly more expensive, and it's not necessary. If you get it in writing that the internet is a certain thing and it's not when you get there, then you could take that to the bank. It'd be cool to have pre-discussion quiz in a post. Yeah, sure. One reason that I don't like that, though, is I think that when you ask somebody a question and they give an answer, they become a little bit married to that answer. And it becomes more difficult to convince them out of it because they know they've already vocalized very recently what they believed in. So that's my only slight concern there. Yeah, I mean, especially for debates and stuff, I think that's helpful to measure the impact of your rhetoric and whatever. Like, how many people did you switch over? I'm not about to fail Chud IRL just to come home and fail fucking Twitch. Well, don't fail, forehead. Pay attention, forehead. It would lead to so much bullying. Well, if we bullied people for having bad grades, that'd be a nice change to society, I think. So easy to do that. Yeah, maybe. This is my first time watching. Excited to see what you're all about. Well, I hope you catch a VOD or a YouTube video. I think they're more condensed versions of what I go through. Recently, we've been changing the approach to where I'm talking about my ideas and explaining them and arguing with people. So that's what we'll be doing more moving forward. But yeah, plenty of cool content on here for you. Could you use Cahoots? Technically. I mean, there's plenty of stuff we could use, but I want to build it in the website so I don't have to have a gazillion tabs open. That's kind of the point of having my own website. Chatters with low grades have longer waits between chats. Yeah. I mean, they could all just be stupid. I want the pop quiz. Okay. I'm gonna go on Twitch and I'm gonna do a poll right now. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm doing a poll on Twitch. I'm doing it. I'm doing it big, party people. Let's see. Slash poll. So before I put this out there, I want to go back to one of the explanations that we had. So let me find that real quick. Oh, it is this one. So, oh, is it this one? I don't think it's this one. I think it's this one. So remember how we talked about thinking about the thing is okay, watching content of the thing, if it's consensual, is okay. And we talked about how for CP, we could see anime, cartoons, art, material that is played by adults, 3D animated or sculpted stuff. All of this doesn't involve people who can't consent. All of this is consensual. And I personally think it's okay. I don't see a problem with it. So I'm going to ask you guys in the chat, just because I'm curious. I'm going to start a short poll, and I kind of want to know where you stand on this, okay? So there you go, 2 minutes on that. If you are in the YouTube, you could hop over to the Twitch real quick to answer that if you'd like. And I'm just curious to see where you guys are at with that. And don't feel like you have to agree with me because I'm your streamer or whatever. I'm happy to have you guys disagree with me on stuff. As a matter of fact, I think it's a mark of a good streamer if you guys disagree with me but still watch me. Honestly, that's what I think. So I'm just curious if I've convinced anybody of this or if they see where I'm coming from with this, that you could have content that is anime, cartoon, art, or played by adults, or is 3D stuff that is about children in nature, but is consensual insofar as like it could be played by adults, or it's not about a real person, something like this, right? And that they can engage with it for the fact that they're young bodies or that they are children in the case of anime, cartoon, art, and 3D stuff, right? So by consensual, you mean the victims later is no. It does not involve children at all. It's consenting adults. It's played by adults. Does not involve kids at all. Does not involve kids at all. They're drawn and they're fake, or it is acted by adults that are meant to look like it or something. So like how we have videos of like 20-something-year-old girls where we pretend they're barely legal and they're 18, which they're generally not, right? We would instead pretend that they're 15 or something like that. So it would be the same concept as these barely legal videos, except it would be illegal. You know, we would pretend that they're children. So I'm saying yes, but God, it feels bad to do. It's a very specific hypothetical. So I feel like giving yes on that is like, it's like giving yes to like, well, if we change the world to be like this and fucking everybody had everything they needed and fucking we implemented perfect socialism and Elon Musk colonizes Mars. It's a very specific hypothetical. So I don't know, bro. Let's see. No, by 54%. Damn. Let me actually check. Some people out here wilding, spending lots of their channel points and stuff. Interesting. Okay, there we go. So I think that's fine. I think if you're not cool with that, I can understand why you wouldn't be cool with that. Interesting. Okay. I just wanted to have a read of where the audience was at with that. I can't click no in good conscience considering how many things I click with the word step in the title. Almost fucking half of you degenerates voted yes. What the fuck? I don't know. I mean, it could be they just copy me because they like me. It could be because this was convincing. It could be because this makes sense. There's a lot of reasons why we could have that many yeses that we got. I honestly expected this to be more of like 80% no, 20% yes. So I'm happy with the 40, but that could be the, parasocial inflation there. What position would I have if I don't think it's inherently wrong, but also don't trust society to engage with it? I think that would be yes still. Because I'm not asking you like about what happens after. I'm just but maybe that's more important to you. I don't know. It feels like I would have to see data that showed it helped with actual harm, forcing a reason for it exists. Okay, fair enough. I think the barely legal stuff already creates an environment where it's easier for actual legal stuff to get through. Yeah. I feel like normalizing consensual CP. So remember, I'm not asking about normalizing. But yeah, I see what you mean, that normalizing would be a problem. I would agree. Let's see here. Half yes, lots of Vosh fans in the chat. No, I don't play that fucking game. What if this shit gets their motor humming and then they just have to share all the love they have with others? I don't know what that means. It feels wrong, but I can't reason why it's wrong. That's okay. At least you can admit that. I think a lot of us feel that way about a lot of things. Things feel wrong, but we can't explain it. Like that's lots of stuff. So I think that's an okay answer. I think Steven and stuff would push you to think more deeply about that. I don't. It's probably fine that you just feel bad about that and you don't really know why. I don't think it matters to look into too much. Okay. So it's like the Uncanny Valley, but for CP. Okay. Where should we start? All right, we should start here. So it goes this one, this one, this one, this one. All right. What if the victim became a pedophile and consents because they want to normalize? We're doing our summary now. We're doing our summary. Okay. Okay, no. Summary time. Let's get to it. All right. I have to do this quick. Okay. So, I think the first thing to get out of the way is that pedophile does not mean somebody who has sex with kids. It does not mean child molester, right? This is something that exists independently of these two things. Child molester, definitely bad. It's somebody who acted on their pedophilic urges. Somebody who has sex with kids, bad. That's somebody who acted on those urges. The urges themselves, especially since it seems like they might be inherent to a person, or they're born with it, or nature turns them into that way and it's difficult to turn them back. I think we can't necessarily fault people for this nearly as much as we can fault them for this. I think this is inarguably bad, whereas this we could have a discussion about, right? That being said, I'm actually not going to do this TLDR. I don't want to do a TLDR. Fuck it. Tack, good luck. I'm not doing a TLDR, dude. This shit's gonna take 10.5 years. I'm sick of this topic already. I'm not doing this. Good luck, Tack. Good luck, dude. I think I explained that quick. Good luck, Tack. Make it movie magic, okay? You'll figure it out. I have confidence in you. Because I'm going to do this and I'm going to miss stuff. That's what I'm worried about. Whatever. So take that last clip. I think that, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I just came back in. Have you seen Platinum Men? No, I didn't. And you're just going to have to watch the VOD. Hard mode for Tack. This is how Tack used to do things. You're not always going to get an easy video to make, Tack. It's not always going to be easy, okay? Not always going to be easy. There was a lot of content today, too. A lot of things that could be made into videos. I could probably take 3 days off of stream and shit. Preventing bad clips? No, it's not bad clips. We had bad clips this whole stream. It's mostly just I don't want to hash all this out and miss something is what I'm concerned about. Plus, I don't want people who joined late to then ask me a gazillion questions and we spend a gazillion hours on this topic because I just don't care. Thinking the thing is probably okay, as Chud would agree. Consuming an ethical version of the content, as Destiny has said before, is probably okay. I would argue that having a consensual relationship with somebody that you like because they look like a minor but they're not a minor is probably okay. But having sex with the minor, which is always going to be non-consensual, is going to be not okay. And that's where most people are going to disagree. And I disagree. And I would assume Destiny and Chud as well would disagree. We don't want that to happen. But this is their level of engagement. And now we have a sub alert. The one time that I tried to do my sub, TLDR, whatever, dude. How do I make future me not violate my consent? I don't know. Leave him a voicemail. I think. Listening to vodka, is that like another ultra state of drunkenness? I don't know what you're talking about. I just assume Tack is male. Tack is male. Listen to the vodka. What the fuck is this? What does this even mean? Oops. What is this? Well, I can't zoom? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this image is huge. What the fuck? Okay. We don't see shit? Really? Why not? Oh, of course, because I unplugged that thing a while ago. Where did I put that? Man, fuck it. You guys don't get to see shit. Fuck your couch. I would also argue the old you no longer... I don't care, bro. Fuck it. I'm all done with this. I'm done. Stream's over. I'm tired. I wanna listen to my my Wheel of Time and go to sleep. Why does your mic sound so good? Yeah, it's time to end the stream because I almost just said a really awful thing to you. Yeah, I'm all done. My brain is checked out. Okay, guys, have you ever considered taking a military... Nope. He's sleeping to Journey. No, I'm sleeping to Wheel of Time. Okay. Oh, let's find a place to put the Twitch chat for the night. Holy shit. Where are you guys gonna go? Where are we gonna go? Let's see. I don't want theater mode. Who do we want to raid into, chat? Wheel in the Sky versus Wheel of Time? I don't know. Let's raid IRI or Stardust? Stardust still has me in her title. Come on, Stardust. Where should we go? Where do you guys want to go? I see one for Moot. How do I even talk to future me? You write him a letter. Leave him a voicemail. Stardust is sleeping? Oh, okay. Gappy started? Stardust? Yeah, we should probably do Stardust, I figure. Is she still going? I guess. Okay. So we'll raid Stardust. Oh, she's really tired? Well, that makes two of us. She can raid you guys into somebody else then. You're going to become her problem. Hope you guys had a good time. If you did, make sure to hit the follow so that you figure out when I'm live next time. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe so you get alerts when I go live, and the YouTube algorithm starts to favor my content in your feed. It would also mean that you get access to the videos that Tack puts out. Tack is wonderful. That's my editor. He works very, very hard to get you condensed versions of these very, very long streams. Yeah. So hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoy future streams where I talk more about what I believe about stuff than analyzing what other people believe. That's where we're moving into 2022. And I'll have timestamps done on this VOD hopefully by the end of the day. So that's the plan. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope I didn't piss off anybody or, turn somebody into a pedophile. I'll see you guys later. Goodbye. raiding out. And to my YouTube people, I love you. I will miss you. I will talk to you later. Goodbye.